What's up, gamers? Welcome back to the live stream. It's your boy, whatever this is. So part two of ranking every movie I've ever seen because the first part took 3.5 hours and I got less than halfway through and I was disappointed in myself. We're gonna try and get through the rest of them tonight. I have high hopes but low expectations. So for those just joining in, because I know we have a lot of new subscribers since last week, um, the way this works is I've been ranking every movie I've ever seen comparatively just by sliding into the list where I think it goes, if it's better or worse than the two movies next to it. And hopefully this creates a list of all 531 movies I've ever seen that are appropriately-ish ranked. Um, I think it worked out okay. I scrolled through the list from last week and it holds up for the most part. It is kind of hard to compare some of these. They are apples and oranges, but whatever. I'm having fun. I know none of you are, but I'm having fun. Don't forget to like and subscribe. The goal is to be the most subscribed YouTuber by the end of the week. We're trying to top PewDiePie, so every single one of you counts. So don't forget to smash that like and subscribe button. Special shout out to this week's sponsor, Bones. Don't forget to take care of your skeleton and let it out for air at least 3 times a day. Now that we have that out of the way, let's jump right back in. So we left off on page 4 of my Letterboxd account, page 4 of 8. And that puts us in the mid-2000s-ish. And the first one on this page is In Bruges, which, like a lot of movies on this list, I watched for the first time in quarantine. And I'm going to start off probably where I left off and say this movie was fine. Kind of funny, kind of dark, really not as, I guess, action heavy as I thought it would be. A decent enough time, but doesn't stand out strongly enough to go high on the list. So we'll put it right here between Chicken Little and B Movie, 2 classics. My spelling has not improved since last time. Next one is Horton Hears a Who, probably the best recent Dr. Seuss adaptation, by far the best Dr. Seuss animated adaptation. I think genuinely really funny. Probably hasn't aged super well, just because I don't know if Jim Carrey and Steve Carell are as relevant as they were back in whatever 2008 this was. But I liked it a lot as a kid, still like it a lot now. We'll put it a little lower than that. This feels right. Iron Man, we're going to get, as we get into the Marvel movies, you're going to see a lot of them towards the top of this list. They are, in my opinion, modern classics, and Iron Man is the first of the bunch. Yeah, I like it a lot. Big Marvel fan. Just about all of them. I think all of them will probably be in the top half of this list. Maybe that makes me on Disney's payroll or something, but Slumdog Millionaire, the next one, is again one of the rare Best Picture winners that I actually enjoy watching. I think it was a really cool premise. I think the execution or the story they chose to go with based on that premise wasn't all that great. Cool character study. I can see why it won Best Picture, but not my favorite. I've already lost track of which number is like in the middle, so I don't know where to scroll to kind of. Slide it up. Yeah. I am going to try and keep an eye on the chat this time, which I did not last time. Not expecting anyone to be there, but it's open on my screen and I'm looking right at it, so. Indiana Jones 4 is the worst Indiana Jones. I think that's pretty well agreed upon. I think maybe some people can argue between the second and the fourth, but in my opinion, the fourth is easily the weakest. So it'll slip down towards the bottom here. I don't think it's terrible. It's a fine, action adventure movie. Funny in some parts, but Kung Fu Panda is really great. I think all three of them deserve a lot more attention than they get. Just I think people sleep on them because they're not Disney. But DreamWorks has definitely pumped out some really great animated classics in the last 10, 15 years. Um, it comes close to being one of my all-time favorites, but I don't think quite. The Incredible Hulk is, I said I like all the Marvel movies. This is probably the one I like the least. Um, but still solid enough. I honestly haven't seen it in a pretty long time, so maybe going back with the hindsight of everything that's come after it, it might stand out a little more. Yeah, Chris, I can talk about Aristocats again. Aristocats is my favorite Disney movie, has, I think, my favorite Disney song. It's my favorite classic animated Disney movie. Um, has my favorite Disney song, and I think just underrated because it comes from. It's not a Disney Renaissance movie that a lot of us grew up with, like Aladdin, Little Mermaid, and all those. Um, but I think it's really solid. It's really funny, and just as a cat person, uh, hits home a little bit. Next on the list is The Mummy 3. Brendan Fraser's The Mummy 3. Um, watched this a couple weeks ago. I'd watched the first two a while back and really enjoyed them, and I'd heard the third one wasn't great, so I figured why not give this one a try just because I like the other two. Um, it's pretty forgettable. It takes some weird turns, I guess, in a franchise with undead mummies and all that, and the Rock CGI scorpion body. It's not that strange, but it does go in a bit of a different direction. The song, Chris, that's my favorite song, is "Everybody Wants to Be a Cat." Um, I think it's really the only song in the movie. Um, I guess they have the one in the beginning on the piano, but that's all. That's fine. The Mummy 3. I feel like comparing it to Indiana Jones 4 is appropriate. Journey to the Center of the Earth, back to back Brendan Fraser time. I think I was right at the perfect target audience when this came out because I was around 10. Um, and I probably haven't seen it since I was 10. But definitely watched it a lot when it first came out. Um, fond memories of it. Haven't seen it recently enough to say it's one of my favorites because if it was, I probably would have gone back and watched it more. Um, I'm gonna assume it holds up well enough. The Dark Knight. Um, yeah, has been said about The Dark Knight. It's incredible. The only knock I have against it, and maybe it's one of those it's too good arguments. But it is exhausting to watch. I think it pushes 2.5 hours, and it's a very tense and stressful 2.5 hours. It's a great 2.5 hours, but if you told me I had to watch it twice in a row, I don't know if I could do it. Um, to be fair, most movies I couldn't watch twice in a row, but I think that's what puts it beneath some of my all-time favorites, which I could just watch over and over again. Um, but it is really great. Tons has been said about Heath Ledger as the Joker. We'll drop it in right here. It's also, I think, like the first modern superhero movie I watched and kind of got me into superhero movies. So props for that. Tropic Thunder took me a while to get to, probably because when it came out, it wasn't appropriate for me. Um, I do think it's really funny. I think the entire cast is great. I think it's an incredible performance from Tom Cruise in particular, because he just doesn't do comedy really, especially not anymore. And it's just a hysterical role and a hysterical little dance sequence he has at the end. Um, I think this is an appropriate place to put it. Kind of has the like a Galaxy Quest kind of vibe, since it's like actors get swept up into the real thing of the movie they're doing. Vicky Cristina Barcelona is it's a drama. Not quite sure why I watched it. It was probably fine. I don't have strong memories of it. But I gave it 2.5 stars for whatever reason. So this is probably fine. Scrolling down to the next row. Oh no, I went back a page. This is gonna take forever. Cancel. Too late. My computer's having a hard time handling. It's a MacBook Air. Can't really handle streaming and loading internet and doing all of these things at the same time. It's probably not built for this, but like I said, I'm doing this with the minimum amount I could invest. And a new laptop was definitely not part of the plan. I think the next one was The Hurt Locker. It's another Best Picture winner. And one I like even more than Slumdog Millionaire. I tried to go back during quarantine and watch a lot of the Best Picture winners, but a lot of them really wore me out. Hurt Locker was not one of them. Really tense, really great. And I was kind of surprised as who was actually in it. Surprisingly star-studded cast, I guess. I would feel bad putting it below a lot of these, so I'm gonna drop it. Right here. Madagascar 2, the Madagascar movies don't really do it for me, especially not anymore. And I think I kind of realized that right when the second one came out. It's not terrible if you're, 11 years old. It's honestly probably not terrible to watch as an adult, but I wouldn't choose to watch it as an adult on my own time, unless I absolutely had to. Actually, it's going to go lower than that. Because now I'm looking at what's around here. It does not belong there. Valkyrie is a pretty solid World War II action movie. Probably not the best by far, but Tom Cruise did learn some amount of German for the role, which I do respect that crazy man. That belongs a little lower than here. Okay, so Paul Blart Mall Cop is the next on the list. And not a joke, this is one of my favorite movies. I know it only says 3 stars there, but I think it is a holiday classic. I think it is genuinely, legitimately funny. Yeah, I get it's stupid and silly and doesn't take a whole lot of brain power to understand, but it's really solid at what it does. And it doesn't really apologize for that. There's a lot of movies where even if they're not great, as long as they're doing what they're doing and they're doing it well, I gotta give them some props. So Paul Blart Mall Cop is gonna slide in probably well above where it belongs. But I think it's great. Kirsten gets it. Kirsten's a big fan of Paul Blart Mall Cop. Just wait until you hear my opinion on the sequel. It's not as kind. Moon is a cool little science fiction thriller that has been around for a while, but I just got to recently. Big fan of Sam Rockwell. And this movie has not one but two Sam Rockwells in it. And I guess, oh yeah, I mentioned this last time. I didn't mention it at the top of this. I'm gonna spoil every movie I feel like spoiling. So if you haven't seen any of these 530 movies, I expect you have the entire list ready. Um, I guess, well, don't turn it off. Just mute it and keep it running in the background so you can bump that sweet, sweet YouTube algorithm. But back to Moon. Uh, it's a tight, like 80 minutes, a good thing to watch kind of on a Saturday night as you're winding down before heading back to work. Um, cool, like slightly thought-provoking science fiction thriller, but nothing that's going to keep you up at night and really, really rattle your brain. But you'll kind of go, huh, that's interesting. Um, I said I was going to go faster this time, so it didn't take 3.5 hours to get through less than half, but I don't think I've kept up that pace. Moon, we'll go right around here. Coraline, the infamously not Tim Burton movie, is really cool. For some reason, a lot of movies in the stop motion style don't sit well with me. Coraline did. I just think because the creepiness of the motion really worked for the aesthetic and the story they were going for. Um, Definitely a cool if like intro to horror movie, especially to watch as a kid. Um, yeah, it will go. I feel like this is a big one for a lot of people. Watchmen, I've both read the book and seen the movie. I haven't seen the TV show that just came out. I've heard good things about it. I really enjoyed the movie. This was also the first, the extended director's cut of this movie was the first 3-hour movie I watched, so it felt really cool. I maybe watched it when I was like in my mid-teens. Felt really cool to watch something so, at the time that I thought was epic and impressive. Visually, it's really cool, and until the very ending, it's a pretty straightforward adaptation of the comic. And it's a really good comic, so it's hard to fault it for that. A hot take: the ending has been drastically changed. I think for the better, and I'll leave it at that. But it is kind of, so it gets a little too dark. Or well, I guess that's not its fault. That's the source material's fault. But it does drag out for sure. X-Men Origins Wolverine. The less that is said, the better. I've probably seen this movie once in full and then in snippets on TV because it's part of that package of superhero movies that's on TNT on weekends that you'll catch bits of and then be like, okay, that's fine, moving on. To say it's the weakest of the X-Men movies is fair. It is what it is. Up, hot take. Up is fine, just fine. People seem to forget everything that happens after the first opening scene, and sure, the first scene in this movie is really emotional and is really sad. And then I like to remind people that the back half of this movie is about talking dogs flying airplanes, and not that it invalidates, the first 10 minutes of this movie, but it does kind of take a turn that people seem to forget about. People say, "Oh, this is such a sad movie," but it only is for the first few minutes. And then it kind of goes into goofy kids movie territory, which is fine. It's still well done, but I don't think this movie deserves to be as widely adored as it is. And I understand that that's an unpopular opinion. That's fine. I can live with that. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going up. Maybe I shouldn't have been so mean to up because it is better than a lot of these. Yeah. Night at the Museum 2. is not quite as good as Ninth Museum 1, but I do like the idea, and I think they should have run with this more, of mixing a bunch of historical figures together, especially the bad guys. Was a lot of fun to see and made for some really great comedy. Um, doesn't stack up as well as the first, but it's still worth a watch, especially if you enjoyed the first as much as I did. Um, Ice Age, is this the third Ice Age? Yep. Ice Age, Dinosaur Ice Age is not good. We're getting to the point where I guess I was too. The point in going to the movies where I was too young to watch R-rated movies, but too old to really enjoy kids' movies. Um, so there's going to be a lot of mixed, middling opinions probably in the next couple of years here. Um, it I guess as a kids' movie, it probably works fine, but I think this is Harry Potter 6. Yeah, Harry Potter, I guess at this point was really burnt out on it. Again, not to say that necessarily it's a bad franchise, it just was kind of everywhere if you were a kid in the mid to late 2000s, probably in the late 90s and early 2010s as well. Um, and it just got exhausting to the movies and the video games and it was everywhere, and I wasn't having it. Maybe that makes me edgy. Um, yeah, whatever. District 9, another cool science fiction movie that I watched for the first time very recently. I think it is really great. I think the consensus is it's really great. Um, some really great just like body horror special effects. As the main character undergoes kind of a transformation into an alien. Um, yeah, its themes are a little overt and obvious, but it's still a good and interesting message, told in a clever way. And I am excited because I think a sequel is in the works, so that's neat. Um, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, another underrated animated movie that's not by Disney. Um, yeah, pretty funny if you like food-based puns and whatnot. And there's a monkey in it. That's neat. Gonna be honest, I haven't seen it in quite some time, but the fond memories do stick. Yeah. Fantastic Mr. Fox, in my opinion, kind of overrated. I don't hate it. It was fine. It's one of those movies where I guess it's more about the vibes and the actual plot. And like I've said for a few movies earlier, that's not my style of movie. Um, Still really decent animation. And I do like the sort of deadpan humor to it. But I wouldn't say it's one of my favorites. The weird CGI hybrid motion capture A Christmas Carol I do not like. Is that Tim Burton? It might be. This is the If it's Tim Burton, it's post the part in Tim Burton's career where I stopped liking him. If it's not Tim Burton, I'm sorry to whoever made it. Um, it was just really weird looking, and I, for whatever reason, the story of A Christmas Carol, like even the original fairy tale or whatever you want to call it, doesn't sit right with me. Um, Basically, the way I see it is man is scared into being nice. Um, I don't think that's a great lesson for a person to learn. Um, but whatever. Apparently, it's a classic. Um, yeah. Avatar, Blue People Avatar. Yeah, I don't like it either. Probably actually go right around here. I just think I don't remember seeing it in theaters. I don't think I did, so I didn't get that full 3D effect that really blew everyone away. I watched it on a DVD. Um, and probably not the best environment to watch it, but it was boring, and maybe it's the hype around it that really drives my opinion of it down. But I think people have kind of turned lukewarm on it over the years. The Tooth Fairy, starring Dwayne The Rock Johnson, is kind of funny. I wouldn't say it's anything impressive. Um, it beats out Batman and Robin. Percy Jackson. I think this movie came out right around when I was reading the Percy Jackson books. Um, so I'm sure I went in with incredible expectations. And I think I join everyone in saying it was pretty underwhelming. What was not underwhelming is How to Train Your Dragon. Uh, Next to Kung Fu Panda, DreamWorks' best animated franchise. Um, I would say the two are tied. I don't think I have a clear favorite one over the other. Um, Especially between the first movies, both are great. And I'm gonna have to pick a favorite actually to put them on this list, I guess. I will put. Where is Kung Fu Panda? There he is. I will put How to Train Your Dragon just below Kung Fu Panda. Just because I'm feeling like it. And I think Kung Fu Panda, the humor works a little better. How to Train Your Dragon's, I wouldn't say it's a serious movie, but it is played less for comedy than Kung Fu Panda. Iron Man 2 is pretty good. Like I said, I do like some Sam Rockwell. And he is in this movie. This is the only Marvel movie he's in. I wish he was in more. He's really great in this, and I think everything that's a carryover from the first Iron Man movie still works. Um, I guess people get upset with it for being a setup movie for the Avengers, but there's nothing wrong with that. That's pretty cool. Um, Rubber is a movie I thought I was really gonna like. It's about a psychic tire who rolls around on his own, and I want to say he's trying to meet the love of his life. Um, Again, one of those intentionally bad B movies, or intentionally just really out there B movies. I guess just I didn't find funny. Um, and I was kind of disappointed in that. It seemed like something that would be right up my alley, but it doesn't really even fall into the so good it's bad territory. Shrek 4 is there's a pretty sizable gap between like Shrek 1 and Shrek 2 are top tier, best of the best premium entertainment. Shrek 3 is pretty decidedly much worse. Um, Shrek 4 is somewhere in the middle, and I think that makes it a pretty okay movie. Um, Greg, we are years away from getting to Cats. So sit tight, buddy. You're going to be here for a long time if you want to see where Cats ends up. Um, Shrek Forever After has it returns. The soundtrack of Shrek 4 is closer to the quality of Shrek 1 and 2 than Shrek 3 for sure. Again, it doesn't quite reach the heights of those first two, but is a pretty decent movie on its own. The Jaden Smith Karate Kid is nowhere near as good as the other Karate Kid. Uh, I wouldn't even say it's really anything terribly hard to watch. It's just pretty boring. Um, that seems like the right place. Toy Story 3, I was really hoping I didn't have to get to this so early, but I guess that's how chronological order works. I have strong anti-Toy Story 3 opinions. I think every character in this movie is a selfish jerk. And I get that the scene of them at the end getting sent to the incinerator is pretty emotional, but it seemed like pretty deliberate emotional manipulation on Disney and Pixar's part, and I think we all fell for it. I think if you look at the movie as a whole, it really isn't that good. I don't want to get too much into it because I will start yelling and probably upset a few people. Um, but Toy Story 3 just doesn't sit right with me. Um, it'll go towards the bottom. Avatar: The Last Airbender, objectively, no good. Um, there are some laughs to be had. Enjoy your dinner, Greg. There are some laughs to be had with Avatar: The Last Airbender, but for the most part, it's frustrating to watch. Inception is not as mind blowing as people say it is. It is, for lack of a better word, fine. I think I've said this about Christopher Nolan movies before. They are pretty cool concepts, and I think the reason they confuse people is not because they're mind blowing, it's just because they're poorly written. Inception is on the better end of those movies, but I just remember when it first came out, people were like, "This is a game changer. It's the most like mind blowing thing you'll ever see." And I finally got around to watching it, and it didn't really blow my mind. I think it's pretty straightforward and easy to understand, and I think it's pretty well explained what's happening. So I don't know where all that craziness comes from, but still pretty cool. A lot of the effects are really cool. The folding cities and rotating hallways are very cool. Yeah, why not? Heather, you missed 256 movies. If you want to go back and watch the previous live stream on 10 times speed with one headphone playing that and another headphone playing this, you'll be caught up and you'll understand everything I said because that's about how coherent it is. Um, Despicable Me, a modern classic. You can't argue with me on this. Uh, I think the Minions have not. Yeah, they were annoying when they were everywhere on Facebook for a bit. I think we as a society have taken a step back with our Minion obsession, and I think it's back to the point where they're tolerable and fun to watch again. Um, and I think in the first Despicable Me, before they were plastered everywhere, they were really funny. Um, this is one of my favorite movies. I think it's really sweet, and I think it's really funny. Heather, I'm not going back. Um, all you need to know: Lego Batman, best movie ever, 10 out of 10. Would watch over and over again. Um, Midsummer, worst movie of all time, negative a billion out of 10. Grody, don't ever watch. Um, Despicable Me is gonna slide in. It comes close with Shrek 2. I think I'm gonna give Shrek 2 the edge though. Scott Pilgrim, cool to watch as an edgy teen. Still pretty cool to watch now. Um, Probably something you outgrow a little bit as you get older. But it's a really unique movie. That was fun to watch. Yeah. Michael Cera, National Treasure. The Social Network. Um, I didn't watch until very recently, and it's pretty good. Um, I don't like too many straight dramas like this, um, but this one was all right. Harry Potter. This is the seventh Harry Potter. Yeah, I think the last one was the sixth, so that makes this the seventh. Um, I think a lot of people will admit that this one isn't too strong because I think it's splitting one book into two movies. It was kind of the start of that stretching things out longer than they had to be trend. Um, yeah, it's pretty boring. It feels like it really does feel like the first half of a two-part movie, and stretching out the first act of something to be a whole 2.5 hours is generally not a good idea because it's all set up and putting things in place and no payoff whatsoever, and that doesn't really work too well when you're trying to like show something as a complete movie. We'll give it we'll put it below the sixth one. Megamind, underrated, really funny. Um, we like Megamind. I speak for all of us. Go as far as to say it's better than all of the Toy Stories. Tangled. I know this is someone's favorite movie out there. I really enjoyed it. Probably of the 3D animated Disney princess movies, might be my favorite. Up there with Moana and also the recent Raya and the Last Dragon all were really good. Basically, it's better than Frozen, is what I'm trying to say, and better than Frozen 2 for sure. Um, it's probably gonna fall somewhere in the middle of this list. This feels appropriate. Strong opinions about Tangled. Um, the Green Hornet, I want to say the Green Hornet was the first PG-13 movie I saw in theaters. Um, I think it came out right when I turned 13, 2011. That seems about right. I apologize for anyone I offended with my opinion of Tangled. I'm not saying it's bad by any stretch of the imagination. It just doesn't come anywhere close to the god tier of cinema, which is Lego Batman movie. Um, the Green Hornet, again, was panned at the time. Probably isn't as good as I remember it being, but getting to see a PG-13 movie as a 13-year-old and watch something that was a little more adult comedy and action oriented uh, stuck with me. Just like it was a cool guy movie to watch, I guess. Um, yeah, eh, eh. Maybe it wasn't as cool guy of a cool guy movie. Rango, uh, I didn't really like. It's kind of a very quirky, offbeat movie. Um, just isn't all that interesting. I guess it's. I didn't like it because it was a little too weird, but I also didn't like it because it wasn't weird enough. I don't think it really lent into what it could have been. Fast Five is the only, no, one of two Fast and Furious franchise movies I've seen. I can sincerely tell you, and I apologize to, I know he's not watching, but I apologize to my buddy Dylan, because this is his favorite Fast and Furious movie. It was fine. um, Fast cars, big muscles. I think The Rock was in this one. Um, Maybe it was great for a Fast and Furious movie. Felt pretty generic for any other kind of movie. Oh no, I went back. Won't let me cancel going back. So take a pause here. Everybody having? Why are you here on a Friday night? Um, I know why I'm here. but there's so much out there to do, so much life to live. Better things to do than literally watch my internet load. Um, okay, we're getting close to the end of page 4 here, so. Thor is pretty solid. I think this is my least favorite of the Thor movies. I think it just didn't quite work right for me. But like I said, all the Marvel movies are decent at worst. And this is no exception. Kung Fu Panda 2 is my least favorite Kung Fu Panda movie. Again, not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Just kind of a letdown, a weird middle gap. Thank you to all my bullies in the chat. If you stick around long enough, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. You'll get a shout out, as if you haven't already. Kung Fu Panda 2 will go right around here. X-Men First Class is really great. I'm a big fan of most of the X-Men movies. Scooby-Doo, up doob doop. I'll go somewhere up here. We haven't made it one page and I'm already losing motivation and amount of caring. That's great. This feels right. Cars 2, bad. Send it to the bottom. Not the very bottom, because it's not worse than Midsummer. But for sure, we'll put it there. Because at least Avatar Last Airbender, you get some laughs. Cars 2, you don't really get any laughs. Green Lantern, yeah, it's not good. I don't think it's as bad as everyone says it is. But whatever. Yeah. Finally, we're gonna get out of the Harry Potter movies here. This is I guess there's the whatever spin-off movies that came after this, but the last mainline Harry Potter movie is decent. Like I said, I was kind of burnt out on Harry Potter, and I honestly think this was the only one I saw in theater. I think the rest of them I watched on ABC Family or on DVD. Captain America: The First Avenger is an underrated Marvel movie. Captain America in general, underrated Marvel hero, which is kind of crazy to say about someone whose movies make whatever $1 billion some odd dollars. But I really, I'm a sucker for a World War II movie period piece, and this is probably one of the ultimate ones. One of the least historically accurate, but there's just the setting and the production design of it all is really neat. And I think it's a unique take for a Marvel movie, and a really great setup for a really cool character. Probably going to rank Captain America higher than he deserves on most of these things. Rise of the Planet of the Apes, I like a lot. I don't like the sequels that come after this, but I think it's a really cool practical take on, I guess not practical, but a grounded take on how that world would come to be. And of course, Andy Serkis' motion capture monkey performance is one of the all-time greatest. Not sure how that man hasn't won any awards for it yet. Heather, I'm going to apologize. And you're going to blow up in the chat for this, but I have not seen either of the Mamma Mia movies. I saw the production of the musical you were in, and I thought you were pretty good, if that counts for anything, but I'm going to assume it's not enough. So Mamma Mia is not going to be on this list, is what I'm trying to say very nicely. Rise of the Planet of the Apes, though, pretty good movie. Um, Wrinkles is a really sad animated movie about getting old. Um, doesn't matter what age you are, it's going to hit you pretty hard. Um, it'll go in somewhere here. Moneyball is if you don't like baseball, I would recommend you still watch Moneyball. Yeah, Heather, the delay in chat is saving me from your fury right now. You could, if you want to just message me your frustrations on the side. Um, but yeah, Moneyball is really good. Never before have statistics been so emotional. Um, I think it's a really good movie. Regardless, it's a really good underdog story. It's a really interesting statistics movie, which is a weird thing to say, and a somewhat interesting family drama as well. Um, Moneyball is incredible. Probably the best baseball movie out there, and probably the one that has the least actual baseball being played in it. Um, but easily towards the top of the list kind of movie. Sorry, Paul Blart. I just don't have the time to watch Mamma Mia. These are clearly the 531 movies that I prioritize the highest. Mamma Mia was number 532, I'm sure, and Mamma Mia 2 is probably number 1,000, probably way down that list. But the next movie I watch for sure will be Mamma Mia. After this, I'm probably not going to watch any more movies for the rest of my life. Real Steel, boy, that was a movie I watched. It was fine. I don't want to get too down on it. It's hard to get down on a movie because it's a miracle that any movie gets made at all, just because of the amount of effort and money and whatnot that goes into it. So we'll shove Real Steel somewhere in a. Mm-hmm. Mission Impossible 4, that was the first Mission Impossible movie I saw, actually. I had a choice between seeing this movie in theaters and watching the Muppet movie in theaters. And thank goodness that I picked this one. Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol is really good. I think it's a huge turning point for the franchise. I mean, it was always known for kind of over-the-top stunts, but this took it to quite literally new heights. And I also think it's surprisingly funny. And I think that all works really well together. It's going to go up on this list somewhere. I think the only thing that would take it down is that the villain isn't too great, too memorable at all, but does his job. Journey to the Center of the Earth, the second one, is still pretty fun, suffers from a lack of Brendan Fraser, but tries to make up for it with too much Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. I wouldn't say having Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in your movie is ever a bad thing, but just doesn't quite work the same. The Lorax, if Danny DeVito wasn't the Lorax, this movie would have no reason to exist. I think Danny DeVito should be the Lorax in the live action Lorax if that ever happens. This movie is not good. It's hard to stretch, Dr. Seuss, whatever, 30, 40 page kids' books with minimal words and mostly illustrations into 90 to 120 minute movies, and I get that. So maybe sometimes just don't do it. There's a reason the Grinch TV animated special, which was a tight whatever 20 minutes, is the best Dr. Seuss adaptation by far. Um, yeah, this movie does not need to exist. Um, the Hunger Games. I don't like these movies. I think the first one, when when this movie came out, yeah, when this movie came out, it was right around when I was reading the books, and when a lot of my friends in whatever middle school were reading the books, um, and we were over the moon to go see this movie, and when you're whatever 13 years old and your favorite book is adapted into a movie, you're like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Um, Thank you, Heather, for your kind words. Please donate to my Patreon. Www dot whatever. My Venmo is Bobby_Galindo. It's a picture of me in a barrel. Put your money there. The Hunger Games, yeah, just didn't work for me. I think in particular it's like a lot of shaky cam, which just got nauseating after a while. 21 Jump Street is pretty funny. Just not the kind of thing I would watch over and over again. Yeah, Heather, I figured you were mad about the Grinch. That might have been a uh, targeted comment. Um, anyway, 21 Jump Street. Eh. Um, I can go around here. I think this list is kind of separating into two tiers, where there's like the best, the ones I like less, but then there's kind of like a weird uptick in my opinion. I don't know. We're just gonna keep rolling with it. The Avengers, yeah, it's the Avengers. I think if you know any of my opinions about anything in the entire history of the world, you're gonna know that I am a fan of the Avengers. Just really cool to see. Madagascar 3, I think is probably... I don't think there's a Madagascar 4. So I feel comfortable saying that Madagascar 3 is the worst one. They go to Europe. They go back to the United States. And that's probably all that happens. We'll give it the edge above Cars 2, though. The Amazing Spider-Man movies, I really don't like. It's definitely easily the worst Spider-Man franchise of the three. Cool to see the Lizard, I guess, as a villain they've only done the one time. But other than that, really not that much going for it. Ice Age 4. So there is an Ice Age 4, but I guess not a Madagascar 4. Yeah, I think I saw Ice Age 4 like the summer between 8th grade and freshman year of high school, because it was probably the only thing we could do without getting into too much trouble. It's just no good. But heck, Toy Story 3. Last time we beat up on Frosty the Snowman to no end. This time we're going to beat up on Toy Story 3 till no end. It's going to get pushed down a lot farther than it deserves just because I've selected it to be the target. Dark Knight Rises. No secret that it's the worst of the Dark Knight movies. A little too long. I think it was a cool adaptation of Bane other than his funny voice. But other than that, it's just not a whole lot going on. Dread is a pretty decent. Again, one of those like if you have 90 minutes on a Sunday night and you want something to do, maybe not the best to wind down with because it is pretty action heavy. Um, but it's a good thing to knock out if you don't know, you don't have anything to do and you want something that's going to be just fine. Um, yeah, we'll go there. Seven Psychopaths. I'm having a hard time remembering this one too well. Um, I remember liking it, but not as much as I thought I was going to. I feel like putting it here is about right. That's my glowing review for you right there. Argo is probably next to probably maybe my fourth or fifth favorite Best Picture winner. Um, yeah, I liked it a lot. Um, Not going to be up here with all these classics like Paul Blart Mall Cop, but okay, it took an hour, and we're on page 5. Heather, I see your opinions on Grinch. And frankly, we've had this argument hundreds of thousands of times, if not millions of times. I've counted every single time we've had this argument. Um, Jim Carrey Grinch is fine. I talked about it in the last stream, which you so rudely missed, but it doesn't hold a candle to the '60s animated classic and its perfect rendition of Your Mean One, Mr. Grinch. I think it just adds a little too much fluff to a very tight story. And I don't like the fact that the Grinch has a reason for being bitter and old. I like when he's just kind of mean for the heck of it. We don't need a tragic Grinch origin story. I just like the mean green stealing machine. But I'm a simple man like that. Skyfall, like I've said, I don't like James Bond movies all too much. In particular, Skyfall, I think, just bored me. I think a lot of the Daniel Craig James Bond movies have just bored me. I don't think they've been offensively bad in any way. I think they've just been generally uninteresting. Wreck-It Ralph. Wreck-It Ralph is very good. Yeah, we like Wreck-It Ralph. See, Heather, here's the '60s Grinch, way at the top, and your Grinch is somewhere in garbage land. It's actually somewhere in the middle. Life of Pi is, I think, an incredibly misleading movie. Maybe because I have small monkey brain, but I thought it was really good, a really good adventure survival movie until you find out it's all a metaphor, which is a letdown of a reveal, I guess, because I think the whole, maybe I take this movie a little too literally, but the most interesting part about it is this guy trying to survive floating in the middle of the ocean with a tiger and trying to befriend it and keep it alive while also keeping himself alive, and I think that's really great. But then you find out it was never there and he was just floating around on his own. I think as far as twist endings go, that falls into the oh, it was all a dream category that, you know, we're told in English class to not use. I think that just didn't sit well with me. Rise of the Guardians, I can't believe this movie doesn't get more attention as a holiday classic. I think this is one of the best, if you want to call it a Christmas movie, one of the best Christmas movies, and close to one of the best animated movies. I'm a sucker for team up movies, and a team up movie that's basically the holiday equivalent of the Avengers is just an awesome concept, and I wish there were more of these. It's gonna go right around here. The Hobbit, I watched these more or less right after watching Lord of the Rings. I really liked the Lord of the Rings movie. I didn't like the Hobbit movies as much. I agree with just about the other 100 million people who have said that there was no reason to stretch a kid's book into nearly 3 hour movies. And it definitely starts to show that in the first one. But I think the promise of more adventure and kind of the Fellowship of the Ring energy it has, and just the goodwill of the Lord of the Rings franchise makes this one passable. Jack Reacher is solid action. Don't expect it to leave any sort of lasting impression on you. I don't think it really does anything particularly interesting or original. Just all around fine. Iron Man 3 is. All the Iron Man movies are pretty funny. I think maybe by a hair this one is the funniest. I know it's some people's least favorite, and I think some people's least favorite Marvel movie, but it's still very solid. Yeah. The Great Gatsby, I want to say we watched this in high school English. Greg, when you go back and watch this entire live stream, which I'm sure you will, you can remind me if we watch this in high school English. Um, it's a hyper stylized movie. Um, but in all honesty, if I can't even remember when I watched it, I can't imagine I left enough of an impression for me to really like it. Monsters University, I think, was one of the most disappointing Pixar movies. Um, just a weird direction to go in after Monsters Inc. I think there was a lot of potential with an actual sequel instead of a prequel. And I don't know why they chose to do this. I don't think anyone really cared to know where these characters came from. But now we do, and I don't really think my life is all that changed for it. Man of Steel is fine. I know in the recent DC movies can be pretty controversial. Um, I think it was an interesting attempt to do a darker, more modern Superman. I think it works okay. Um, I think well, it works a little better knowing where this character ends up over the next couple movies. I think if you take away the fact that it's supposed to be Superman, it's a lot better. Um, but it's hard to shake such an iconic character. Um, I think we'll give it the edge over Superman Returns. Despicable Me 2, as much as I love Despicable Me 1, these sequels drop off pretty quickly. Um, I think this was the peak of Minions being everywhere. Pacific Rim is really great. Big robot, big monster. They punch. and then they punch even more. Um, I think something that's been said a lot about this movie in particular that I also really appreciate is how heavy these robots are and the way they move, and they really feel like they're not just like flying computer programs. Um, Obviously, no one's convinced that these are real things that are punching each other, but like it feels that way, and you can feel every punch hit, and you can feel how much effort it takes to for these things to walk and move and flail their arms around. Um, that goes for the robots and the monsters. Everything has such weight and importance to it. Every movement matters. Um, and I think Pacific Rim is great. I think the premise of big robot fight big monster puts it off for a lot of people who are like, oh, it's another one of those generic action movies. Whatever, I don't care. Um, but I think there's definitely it is that, but it is a lot more well made than that would make it sound. R.I.P.D. I want to say I watched this on TV. Um, I have no recollection of what this movie is about. I think Ryan Reynolds dies. I think this is the one where they fight Ghost. Um, it has 2 stars on here, which means I probably didn't like it very much. The Wolverine is better than the first Wolverine. Um, it's a weird, like in between, like where it falls in the X Men timeline is weird, and the way it's kind of in that era where they were acknowledging some of the previous X-Men movies, but not necessarily all of them. They were doing something different while also doing some of the same stuff. Um, and it feels kind of like an oddball in that sense, where it was like they were rebooting the franchise, but they were keeping this one guy on board, this one character. Um, and it kind of doesn't really do all that much interesting stuff. Um, as I usually say after I bash on a movie for a little bit, it's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Um, Snowpiercer, I know the recent TV show gets a lot of attention, and I've seen some of the first season of that show, and it's pretty good. The movie is even better. Full disclosure, I have not read the original comic it's based on. I think it's a comic. It's not just a novel or something like that. Um, yeah, it's a really cool uh, action movie. I have it. If you've seen the TV show, the movie feels a lot more like a real moving train than the TV show does. I think in the TV show, for whatever reason, the train cars feel too big and too wide, um, whereas this is a little more claustrophobic and feels a little bit more like they're actually trying to, you know, single file get through a train. Um, there's the Grinch live action, right at number 166 where it belongs, probably. Why is Chicken Little so? Yeah, this is working okay. Um, Percy Jackson 2. It was a movie I saw. Um, Somehow even worse than the first one. I think towards the tail end of me being interested in anything Percy Jackson related. Um, yeah. Thor: The Dark World is better than it gets credit for. Maybe it's the least important and least interesting of the Marvel movies, but I think it's solid action. I think it's relatively funny. Um, I think maybe that's why it turns some people off. But That's exactly what I'd like to see. Um, Next one is the Hunger Games, the second Hunger Games. I didn't like the first Hunger Games. I think I like this one about the same, if not a little less. Um, Again, similar to Percy Jackson, I think it was like there's that sweet spot of like 12, 13 years old where the Hunger Games is the coolest thing ever. And then as soon as you hit like 14, 15, you've outgrown it. And I think I just didn't care too much anymore. Um, I think this is also where I don't think I've seen any of the other Hunger Games movies, so rip. Frozen is the movie that made me realize sometimes not every movie is made for me. And I think there's a few schools of thought you can have about that. I think some people get upset where like every movie should be made for me and I should be able to enjoy any movie. I think there are the people who go, oh, well, that movie isn't made for me, but if I was a kid, I would really like it. And then there's me who goes, oh, that movie is not for me. Okay, whatever, moving on. Um, yeah, Frozen is fine. Yeah, I get it. If you're a kid, you probably like it more. But I don't really care to look through that lens. I'm just kind of like, eh. Me watching it as me, I thought it was fine. Um, yeah, the soundtrack got annoying because it was everywhere for a really long time. But I think similar to the Minions, that annoyance and hype has died down. So I could give it here. The Hobbit, the second one has a dragon in it. So that's neat. Still way too long. Still not really all that interesting. Um, yeah, The Wolf of Wall Street, I really liked. Um, First crime movie I've had in a while about some guy doing crimes and stealing things and being a superstar while doing it. A 3 hour long movie that certainly feels 3 hours but doesn't feel like a wasted 3 hours. Every minute of this movie is full of stuff. Um, it's kind of wild that this guy was a real person. I don't know how much of this actually happened, but if even if you know any of it did, that's still insanity. Um, I like to think of this as a sequel to Catch Me If You Can. I think this is the logical progression for one real person who was around in the '60s to into one real person who was around in whatever the mid 2000s. In terms of where it falls, oh, Heather's still alive. Yeah, I mean it's pretty long. It's not. It's no 4 hour director's cut of Justice League long. It's no Lord of the Rings 3.5 hours long. Um, but I think it's busy enough to keep you interested the whole time. But that's just me. As we've learned, sometimes you have opinions that are incorrect. So, what are we going to do about it? Um, Anchorman 2. Listen, I was like 15 years old. Anchorman was in my wheelhouse at this time. I think I had like a one of those like keychains where you push a button and it says Anchorman lines on from it. Um, like it was, um, but the second one is nowhere near as good as the first one. I honestly can't tell you one joke I remember from it. I think he goes blind at some point in this movie. I think there's a whale or a dolphin involved as well, and that's really all I can tell you. I have like distinct memories of Will Ferrell on the beach. Um, that's it. Whiplash is really good. I remember watching this with my parents and being really uncomfortable at the amount of swear words in this movie. Um, but it is really tense. I'm not a musician by any stretch of the imagination. I played guitar for a bit, but I wasn't very good. That doesn't matter. Whiplash is still incredible. This is the movie where I was like, oh, J.K. Simmons, that guy from Spider-Man, he can really act, and I think that's a lot of people realize that with this movie. I think he was mostly like a bit part character until now. Um, at some point, I'd like to go back and watch this one. I don't think I've seen it since the first time I watched it, but it's really good. What We Do in the Shadows is really funny. Um, don't let the vampire aesthetic trick you into thinking it's any sort of horror movie because it's not. But definitely give it a watch if you're a comedy fan. Um, yeah, you're gonna see a lot of Taika Waititi's movies pretty middle to high on this list. Um, Swooping back nonstop, truly an incredible midwinter generic Liam Neeson action movie that has been coming out for the last decade or so. Um, Nonstop is, I think, the one where he's on a plane. I think The Commuter is the one where he's on the bus. Um, these all it's an annual tradition for Liam Neeson to make a very generic action movie that comes out sometime between November and February that fills that dead air where people aren't releasing their big good movies, um, but they want to release something that people will pay to see. If you look up Liam Neeson's like, filmography over the last decade, you'll notice a pattern. Um, so just on that meme alone, it gets a few points, but other than that, like I said, generic Liam Neeson midwinter action movie. Um, well, I'll go here. The Lego Movie is my homie. The Lego Movie is a top tier film. Doesn't come close to. Well, I mean, I guess no, nothing comes close to Lego Batman. Can't believe I almost said that. Um, the Lego Movie is really great. Something that could have just been like an hour and a half long commercial for a brand is definitely much more than that. It's funny, it's heartfelt, it's incredibly animated. I think it's not stop motion, but it's computer animated to look like it's stop motion. As someone who played with Legos nonstop as a kid, seeing kind of the like full disclosure, I used to try and make some homemade stop motion Lego animated movies. So taking one picture at a time on my flip phone and putting it on an SD card and putting it into my computer into Windows Movie Maker. Um, so it was really cool to see that toy that I was playing with come to life. Um, and I think the fact that the movie is much more than it had to be to make money is absolutely incredible. Um, yeah, Lego Movie is great. Peabody and Sherman, I think that's what this movie calls. They don't have the name on the poster, so I can't be 100% confident in that. Um, Another one that I do not have super strong memories of. But we're going to go ahead and say it was better than some of these movies. Captain America: The Winter Soldier uh, is, I think, somehow my least favorite of the Captain America movies, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think it's the first Marvel movie to be taken seriously as more than just kind of a popcorn action movie, because I think it tried to be something different, tried to have its own unique tone, being more of a political thriller than a straightforward punchy action movie. Um, I think it all works really well. I think the Winter Soldier is great. I think Captain America is great. Um, I just think of the three Captain America movies that exist, it's the least unique because the first Avenger with that World War II setting is awesome, and Civil War being a big superhero versus superhero movie is awesome. I think the Winter Soldier just has the least excitement around it, especially considering how small scale of a movie it is and what has become such a big universe. Um, it just slips through the cracks a little bit. It's still great. It's still great. But I feel like I need to justify why it's not my favorite of the Marvel movies. Um, Muppets Most Wanted. E. I definitely saw this movie, and that's all I can tell you about it. Um, I remember little bits and pieces of it, and I'm a sucker for Kermit the Frog because I think he is just always living on the edge and about to snap. I think he's so funny. Um, we'll give it a little bit of a step up here. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 is definitely a lot worse than The Amazing Spider-Man 1. I think plenty has been said on that front. The 2014 Godzilla movie. I think similar to Pacific Rim is really great at giving you a sense of the scale of this monster, and like it's I think a lot of it is shot from the ground level, so you're always only seeing like his feet, or you're always looking up at Godzilla, which is really just an incredible feeling that I think the sequels lose. I think because the sequels also have more action in them, so you can't really shoot just from the feet. Um, and I also think this is a really great showcase of how we would respond to Godzilla in our real world today. Like the scenes of the military just throwing everything they have at them and being kind of helpless, but still giving it their best shot, and seeing people, run and try and evacuate and try and figure out what's going on. I think all works really well. I think of the recent Godzilla movies, it definitely has the best human story that bogs down the more recent ones. Um, but the biggest complaint, which I think is a valid one, and I think it's simultaneously the strength and weakness of this movie, is there's not a whole lot of Godzilla in it. Um, he doesn't show up much. And again, when you see him early on, a lot of it is just like his feet, or like a quick shot of like the side of him, or just his tail or his spikes. Um, I think just maybe a little more Godzilla would have been cool, but maybe that would have ruined a lot of the gravitas he had. Um, no, we're gonna put him higher up than this. Actually, this was talking about the tiers. Um, Now that there's another the 50s Godzilla on here, but whatever. Days of Future Past is, I think, the best X-Men movie. I really like the meshing the old cast and the new cast. Um, I think it was really great to see the old cast back after whatever it was, 8 years on the sides. Um, I think this is like the first, Avengers Endgame did time travel really well a couple of years ago, but I think this was the first, like, since maybe Back to the Future, the first big budget blockbuster time travel movie that wasn't super confusing and muddled and unnecessarily, like, that had a lot of plot holes opening up. Um, Definitely one of my favorites. I'll go a notch above X2. The Fault in Our Stars. listen, I was at one point 15 years old, so I guess I was obligated to watch this movie. Um, I didn't enjoy it at the time, even. I doubt if I went back and watched it, I enjoyed it now. Um, I think Batman Returns is on this list twice. I think I've scrolled by it too many times in too many places. So we'll figure out what that's all about. Um, I think here's probably a decent place to put it. How to Train Your Dragon 2, um, I think probably has the most heart wrenching scene of any of these movies. Uh, as a reminder, I will be spoiling all of these. When Toothless kills Hiccup's dad, um, it's just it's nuts. Definitely not somewhere I expected like a kids movie like this to go. Um, but outside of that, I would say everything else is a step down from the first one. Um, Still really great. It is cool to see an animated movie where the character gradually gets older, which is something that a lot of animated movies just keep their characters the same age as they go on. Um, but you can kind of see Hiccup get a little, whatever, age a couple years, almost in real time. Um, I'll go a little higher than that. Edge of Tomorrow, one of the better Groundhog Day knockoffs. Um, I would say probably, maybe I said this about something else earlier, but probably the best use of the stuck in a time loop, what is now, I guess, a genre of movie. Um, Really cool to like watch Tom Cruise get a little bit better at living this day each time over and over again. Um, I think the alien design and just kind of their existence is a little underwhelming. They feel more of like a plot device than an actual character, which I mean is fine for a faceless alien army. But I think is kind of the missing key to push this movie over the top into all time classic territory. The gritty Maleficent reboot, I guess not, whatever it is, spin-off, whatever you want to call it. Don't remember all too much about it. Just remember not being super fond of it. Um, One of those not offensively bad movies, but probably just wasn't meant for me. That's how we spell Maleficent. Is this the dinosaur Transformers? I think this is the dinosaur Transformers. Age of Extinction, yep. Um, this movie not good. Um, it's like 2 hours and 45 minutes long, which is unnecessary for a movie called Transformers. Um, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. It's weird how much I like the first one of these movies and how little I like the second and third ones. Um, Cause I expected these movies to end up where the original Planet of the Apes started, and seeing a fully functioned monkey society. Um, but it didn't really go in that direction, and the sequel isn't really about any sort of not just I guess it feels like nothing happens. Um, and I guess I thought like the we would see more of the progress of ape society. Um, I think again the motion capture and the CGI is great. I think there's a decent story here. Um, but other than that, especially after the first one and that great setup, it is just kind of a letdown. Guardians of the Galaxy, on the other hand, is top tier. Um, Really funny, really just out there concept. They really just went for it and said, "Hey, we can make anything and people will pay to see it." Um, and I think really opened the door for a bunch of uh, weird concept Marvel movies that I think have kind of become the staple of this franchise. Get On Up, I watched, I think, pretty shortly after Chadwick Boseman passed away last year. Because he was an incredible actor, and I don't think I had seen enough of him. Um, so, hi, Serena's brother. I don't know if you're if you're making fun of me with that emoji, um, but thank you. Uh, yeah, Get On Up is pretty good. Like I said, Chadwick Boseman is great. Um, in terms of I guess musical biopics I've watched recently, it's not one of my favorites, but overall solid. Into the Storm. Um, I saw this when it was like a $5 Tuesday matinee. Um, and I would say for those $5, it was definitely worth it. If I had paid full price, whatever it was, $13, $17 for a ticket, I probably would have liked it a lot less. Um, but I'm sure you can find it for rent on Amazon or in the bargain bin at Target for that same $5, if not less. Um, and it's one of those movies that knows exactly what it is. It's a pretty straightforward disaster movie, and it doesn't really dwell on much more. I think it clocks in at a tight 80 to 90 minutes. Um, it's not bad. Can't say I've watched it since. Um, can't say I remember all too much about it, but I remember being like, all right, there are worse ways to spend an hour and a half on a Tuesday, and worse ways to spend $5 for sure. But again, it's gonna slide down just because it's something that stuck with me less. We should have less movies. We should unmake some of these. The Giver. This is one of the few movies where I refuse to go in with an open mind. Um, Read this book in middle school. Hated the book in middle school. Did not have any interest in liking this movie, therefore never even gave it a shot. Um, and maybe it was the greatest movie ever, but I refuse to believe anything about it was any good. Um, yeah, we'll slide this in. Close enough. Birdman is fine. Um, I think the first continuous take movie I watched, yeah, it's all right. Uh, this this thing won Best Picture, I believe. Probably shouldn't have. What year did this come out in? 2014. Yeah, there's a lot better movies that came out in 2014 than this movie. Um, who knows where this belongs? Dracula Untold is not good. I have very vague memories of watching this one in theaters. Um, I think I went into it thinking I would be a little more scared of it, so I was kind of on edge the whole time I was watching it. Definitely didn't need to be. Um, totally forgettable. Don't waste your time. John Wick, again, I apologize to my buddy Dylan, who is a big fan of John Wick. Um, these movies are pretty good. They're not great. I wouldn't put them among some of the best. I think if you want to go for if you're looking for like a real more realistic action franchise, and particularly uh, one of the highlights of this is that you can see kind of Keanu Reeves counting his bullets, and I think everything is kind of meant to be done with a proper amount of bullets, which is interesting and definitely something that a lot of action movies just don't bother to do. Um, and the stunts are really cool. I don't know, just didn't hit for me. Sometimes that do be happening. I think we watched this in our off-campus college house on a projector on a fading and crumbling wall in our living room. Um, so maybe not the ideal setup, and that maybe dragged it down a little bit for me. Um, but that's how I watched it, and that's the only opinion I can go off of. Big Hero 6 is pretty cute. Um, yeah, I did be liking it. Um, you go here. Into the Woods. It's weird that that has a like next to it on Letterboxd because I don't remember liking it. Um, maybe just because it was a movie musical, I had to give it some kind of credit because there aren't too many of those, especially these days. But knowing what I know now, don't bother. The third Hobbit movie is the worst, I think. Um, a lot of just unnecessary overlong battles. I think it tried to replicate the Return of the King kind of being all payoff thing it had going for it, but it doesn't really work when you didn't like the first 4 hours of setup, so the last 2 hours of payoff doesn't really isn't as much of a release. Um, Kingsman has the honor of being the first R-rated movie I saw in theaters by myself. Came out when I was 17, like the month after I turned 17. And so in the same way, those first PG-13 movies I saw when I turned 13 got extra points for being cool and edgy. Kingsman also gets a lot of points for that. Uh, I think it's also just genuinely really, really good. Um, the action and the soundtrack are highlights. I think the cast is great. I haven't read the comic it's based off of, but I don't really feel a need to. The movie's enough on its own. Um, yeah, this is gonna go up among some of my all-time favorites. Definitely better than any in terms of spy movies. Better than any James Bond movie. Uh, on par with the better Mission Impossible movies. Ex Machina. I want to say this was the first movie I paid to rent on Amazon Prime. Pretty. It's a kind of high concept artificial intelligence science fiction movie. Um, it gets points for originality. I'm going to be honest, I don't remember it all too well, which maybe is an insult to its quality. Um, Night at the Museum, the third one, is the weakest. These kind of go down on a linear scale. Um, I guess maybe the gimmick just wore off. I guess there's only so many different, different directions you can take this in, especially if you want to keep your core cast of characters the same. Maybe this would have been better off if it tried to swap out some of the historical characters for new ones and giving it a fresh face every time. Um, I think they are making like a either on Netflix or Disney Plus a Night at the Museum TV show. Um, so I'm curious to see how that plays out. But as far as the movies go, this is easily the worst one. Um, the Annie remake, reboot, whatever you want to call it. Um, I did not have a good time watching this in theaters. On top of that, it is also not a good movie. Um, I'm gonna say that a 16-year-old boy is not the target audience for an Annie remake, and that makes sense. um, we'll give it the edge on a few of these. We'll sneak it in right below Frosty the Snowman. The Interview, the movie that almost sparked world wars, is pretty funny. Um, I can get why I get why people saw it as a little too edgy, maybe. Maybe push some boundaries, but it really isn't. I don't know. I think it's enjoyable enough. Cop Car is um, is really solid. It's a hi Micah, I like you better than Heather. Your compliments are much better than her bullying. Um, Congratulations on being the first and most likely last person to praise me tonight. You're a superstar. If I ever come to visit, it's to visit you, not Heather. Oh, she's back. But yeah, Cop Car, if you're looking for, similar to a bunch that I've said earlier, it's something that's a nice tight 90 minutes to get you through a Sunday night wind down before going back to work. Kevin Bacon does a lot while doing very little. Kind of takes on a Terminator-like role in this movie. Heather, I hate Brussels sprouts. That's not a good thing. Don't put that in the chat. Yeah, it's solid. The kid actors in it are also really good. And I think it tells a pretty complete story in a short amount of time. Where go? Good question. I know you're all wondering. The Lazarus Effect is probably the only like low budget, poorly made horror movie on this list that I ever bothered to sit through. Um, I think it has to do with like they have a zombie serum and they give it to people and they come back to life or something, and I don't know. I don't remember it too well. I think I watched half of it through my fingers because I was too spooked. Doesn't mean it was good. Just means that it's full of jump scares. The Cinderella reboot, I judging by the number of stars I gave it, I guess was fine. I think this is gonna fall close to Frozen in that category of Disney movies that maybe weren't made specifically for me, and that's okay. That just doesn't mean I just don't have to like them, but I will not be bothered by other people liking them. Where's Frozen? I think it'll fall around there. Command F. Frozen. Maybe it'll go a little lower than Frozen. There's a lot of good ones in here. Like I said earlier, Paul Blart Mall Cop 1 is one of the best movies of all time, one of the best comedies of all time, and I think he is a national hero. Um, the first Paul Blart, I forgot to mention this, is set in New Jersey, and I would argue is the best movie set in New Jersey. Paul Blart Mall Cop 2 is not good. Um, a lot of that charm just goes straight out the window. Maybe it's because he leaves Jersey for Vegas, I think is where he goes. Just all the jokes are really worn out at this point. Um, yeah, it's heartbreaking to see Paul Blart Mall Cop 2 go so low on this list, but maybe I'll give it a rewatch one day. I do have them both on DVD, so. Avengers Age of Ultron is the most. When I talk about Marvel movies, I usually use this as the cutoff point between like movies I like and movies I don't like. It's, I think, also with the benefit of hindsight, since because some of these characters have gone on to be major players in Marvel movies, um, it's definitely better in retrospect. At the time, I think it was underwhelming. And maybe it's a little overbloated in some places, but still really fun. Everything that worked about the first Avengers still works. I think it was just the lack of anything truly new. And I also think the fact that a lot of the Marvel movies felt like, and eventually they did, felt like um, uh, felt like they were building towards something, and Avengers Age of Ultron just kind of felt like it was a weird detour. Ended up not being a detour, but at the time felt like a detour into something, a totally different storyline. Um, on the Waterfront, I haven't seen it. I'm gonna be honest. There's a lot of all time classics that I have not seen. Like Citizen Kane, I haven't seen. On the Waterfront is one of those. A lot of those really old movies I haven't seen. Especially a lot of old like Best Picture winners. There were a couple all-time classics that we watched in the one film class I took in college, and I fell asleep in a lot of those. So they're not on here just because I haven't watched them to completion. I don't know how they end, therefore I don't know my opinion on them. Um, Age of Ultron, however, is gonna go. Eesh. Age of Ultron is gonna go step above Tangled? No, a little more above Tangled. Spy is the only Melissa McCarthy movie that I even moderately enjoy. Um, that being said, it's still not all that great. Um, I'll give it a notch above some of these really low ones. I have no idea why YouTube suggested this for you. I'm sorry that you're here, um, but welcome. Oh, hey, Micah, you made it. You guys can bicker it out in the chat. Um, Mad Max Fury Road is really solid. Honestly haven't watched it in a while. Um, I think all the practical effects and stuff are really cool. Um, I haven't seen any of the other Mad Maxes. I know that this is a pretty far leap from those. I think the first three are not as apocalyptic as this one is. I don't really care to go back and watch them just because they're so different. This is a really great A to B action movie. Yeah, there's a lot of movies I haven't seen, guys. Give me a break. I've seen 530, but most of them were garbage kid movies I watched in the mid 2000s. Um, Schindler's List is something I do want to watch sometime soon. It's been on my list for a while, so maybe I'll get to it. Mad Max Fury Road, though, we will go higher up on here. Green Room, I really don't like. Um, I think we confused this with the movie Green Book, um, and we ended up watching it on accident. So we were really taken for a roller coaster with this one. Um, yeah, we'll put it up one here. Jurassic World, maybe this is an insult to the first one, but I really like Jurassic World. It doesn't compare even slightly to the first one, but it's better than any of those sequels, and I think it's really cool. I think we hadn't seen dinosaurs for a long time in movies, and I hadn't seen any of the Jurassic Park movies in theaters, so it was really cool to get to see something like this on the big screen. Um, I think most of it was probably just a nostalgia trip for me. Seeing that same T Rex back and seeing the Velociraptors back in action was really cool. Um, yeah, Jurassic World is solid. Um, it's gonna hop over a lot of these. I appreciate you guys having real opinions about Jersey movies because my statement of Paul Blart Mall Cop is the best Jersey movie um, maybe wasn't 100% accurate. Inside Out is um, a bit overblown and overrated. Um, I think it's a pretty. I think the it's a concept that Soul did better. I know those are two very different movies, but I think that the gist of them is kind of the same. It feels like Inside Out was maybe a pilot for Soul, um, in terms of like abstract concepts personified at Disney movie. Um, that being said, still really solid and funny and unique as a lot of the best Pixar movies. Or actually, it's not Pixar. I think it's just straight Disney. Disney or Pixar or both. Um, Again, their best movies are the original concepts. Inside Out will go around here. Terminator Genesis. Terminator franchise doesn't really work for me. I think I talked a little bit about Terminator 2 and not really liking that, and that's supposed to be the best one. So it's no surprise that this one didn't really work either, and this is one of the worst ones, I think is the consensus. Um, I guess some of the action works all right. Ant-Man is awesome. Like Guardians of the Galaxy is the like Guardians of the Galaxy, it's Marvel doing a weird thing that 10 years ago probably no one would bother doing in a superhero movie, and then them pulling it off better than anyone else ever could. Um, I think the humor works really well. I think Paul Rudd he's a star. He's a buddy. Um, in the grand scheme of the Marvel master plan, I guess not a huge game changer, but that doesn't necessarily disqualify it from being a great movie. Pixels. If you've never seen the short film that Pixels is based off of, I would definitely go recommend watching that first, because the full length movie adaptation of it is mostly wasted potential. Um, I think it's somewhat funny, and I think the concept is strong enough for it to be entertaining. I just think there was a lot more they could have done to make it a lot better. But this movie ended up in the hands of Adam Sandler and his buddies, which I'm not here to hate on Adam Sandler. I think he's done a lot of really funny stuff, but I think generally his movies tend to go less for maximum potential and more just for whatever he thinks is fun. And that's fine. I think this movie works decent enough. Um, I just think there was a lot more to do here. Mission Impossible 5, um, step down from 4, step up from the second one. Um, Went back and rewatched this. I think I rewatched all of the Mission Impossible movies over quarantine. I want to maybe even twice. I went through all of them. Um, it's one of my favorite franchises. Period. And I like this one more than I remember it. I think it introduces some new characters who seem to be big players going forward in what seems to be the last couple movies coming out over the next couple years. Um, Feels it kind of has like it's a weird Avengers Age of Ultron situation, I think, for Mission Impossible. Um, and I'm trying to it's weird that it kind of blows its big stunt in the first scene. If you've seen the trailers, there's the money shot of Tom Cruise hanging off the side of the plane, which he actually did. He had to wear special contacts so that specks of dirt didn't tear his eyes to shreds. Um, and I think they ran that scene like 7 or 8 times. They had to actually get him up attached to this plane and flying off the side of it. Um, and you kind of go in being like, okay, this is going to be the big set piece. This is going to be the climax of the movie, or at least a high point. And it's gone in the first scene. So I think everything after that kind of just feels not disappointing, but feels like less. Um, but other than that, it's still really great. Um, I was told last time people sometimes get a little annoyed because I'll rag on a movie for a long time and then say it's really great and put it up pretty high on the list when it sounds like I really didn't like it at all. Um, do I have a Jersey accent, guys? Is that what you're trying to say? I really didn't think I did. I'm Central Jersey, not Jersey Shore, so. Where am I going to put Mission Impossible on this list? Yeah. The 2015 Fantastic Four reboot, much has been said. It's not good. Um, it's clearly a movie that was cut up and re-edited and Frankenstein's monstered into a totally different movie in the editing room. It seems like they cut out like a whole hour of it. Um, and I'm sure whatever the extended director's cut is better, but that is not the version we've seen, and that is not the version I'm talking about. Um, so only talking about what I've seen, yeah, it's not good. Man from Uncle deserves more appreciation. Um, a really smooth 60s spy movie. Again, I think better than almost every James Bond movie I've seen. Um, you don't see a whole lot of, you'll see a lot of World War II period pieces, but you don't necessarily see as many Cold War period pieces. Um, so that makes this unique in that sense. I really like it. I think it's got good action, and it's also got a lot of dry humor in it, which works really well. Um, it's gonna fall towards the upper middle. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna type in all the. I know Uncle is an acronym, but we're not gonna type in all those periods. I don't have the time. The Martian. I think blew people's minds when it came out because they were like, it's so scientifically accurate. Um, and maybe it's one of the more scientifically accurate science fiction movies. That doesn't make it even remotely scientifically accurate. Um, Maybe it is. I don't know. A cool survival movie. Um, I can't say, it was one of those movies that was big when it came out, but in the years since really has faded. Um, I think Zootopia is another one of those that when people came out, people were like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen, and then quickly forgot about it. Um, it was on TV recently, and I caught a couple minutes of it, and it was still pretty decently enjoyable, but I don't think it's worth sitting down and watching through the whole thing again. Um, I think we read this book in high school English as well. There's a lot of movies that are on here because I read a book in high school English and was like, oh, this is a movie, I'd much rather watch that. Um, Greg, how was dinner, Greg? The Peanuts movie is um is solid. I think it's. I don't really think we get many Peanuts adaptations these days. I know they used to churn out a ton of TV specials that they really don't do anymore. Um, but this movie was solid. It was cute. I think it's 3D animated, which is definitely a huge change from what we're used to seeing, but I think keeps the spirit of the original animation the same. Um, so we'll give the Peanuts movie a few points, but I also remember when we saw this, we sat in the front row, and this was, I want to say, before every theater had the fancy recliners, so we were craning our necks back to watch this. It's getting harder to give these things an actual number. We're just gonna because I'm in this neighborhood. We'll put it here. Spectre, uh, Greg, don't tell anyone this, but senior year of high school, we had like these internships that we went to on Friday, and I really didn't enjoy mine because no one talked to me or gave me any work to do ever. Like we instead of going to class on Friday for half the year, we went to like a place to intern once a week. And in all honesty, they probably didn't really care to have high schoolers doing real engineering work. But anyway, um, I left mine during lunch, just didn't tell anyone, just left during lunch. Went to go see Spectre instead. Um, it didn't really do much for me. Probably wasn't worth sneaking out to do, but no one really cared or said anything about it. So, um, and again, James Bond, not my favorite. So he go here. Oh my god. Okay. Page 6. Okay, we're going about, it's like an hour equates to one page on Letterboxd. So I think this is faster than last time. Trying very carefully to like scroll to the left end of this page without scrolling so far that it actually goes back and reloads. Um, the Big Short is about stonks, I think. Okay, Greg, they'll rescind my high school diploma. Um, I watched this probably when I didn't even comprehend what the stock market was, so probably tons of it went over my head. Um, the real life story behind this just totally went over my head at the time. Um, Probably would be a lot more interesting rewatching it now, but I definitely haven't gone back to watch it. So just from a lack of memory and probably a lack of understanding, it's gonna fall somewhere lower-ish on this list. Um, That's not to say it was bad. I think I had a few laughs at it, but probably for the wrong reasons. Um, Eddie the Eagle is a really cute movie. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. If you're down and you need something to make you feel better, um, between Kingsman and this, Taron Egerton quickly became one of my favorite actors. Um, and Hugh Jackman's always a blast, and the two of them together are awesome. Um, it's a kind of underdog, heartwarming sports movie, much better than something like Rocky is. Um, which is again, if you missed last time, which I think all of you did, not a huge fan of Rocky. um, but Eddie the Eagle is solid. It's gonna hop a bunch of these. Um, and I'll go here. Star Wars: The Force Awakens is the first Star Wars movie I saw in theaters. At the risk of sounding incredibly lame, it was a very emotional experience for me. Um, yeah, it was just it was a lot. I was hyped to go see it, and it was I think just on the nostalgia and emotion alone was an absolutely incredible movie. Um, Definitely, uh, just I think was like I don't know. Um, I love Star Wars: The Force Awakens. I think it's really funny. I think the action is really great. Um, I can't say too much about it without sounding like massive loser, as if the last 2 hours haven't made me sound like that already. But um, Force Awakens is gonna go really close to the top. I think just behind Jurassic Park. I don't think it's Rocky's association with Philly that makes me not like him. I think it's just I don't know. I think I think it's because it feels more like a drama than a sports movie, and I think maybe that does just isn't as interesting to me. Um, I think the fact that there are five sequels, none of which are really all that great, really diminishes how good that first one was. But Rocky One gets some points. It's fine. Hunt for the Wilder People is a definitely it's definitely something. I didn't realize that Sam Neill was an American until I watched this movie. Um, but yeah, it's a really good movie. The kid in this movie, he's gone on to me in a couple things, a couple bigger budget movies since then. Um, it's it's really good. Like I said, it's a Taika Waititi movie. He's going to be on this list a lot towards the top. This is probably the lowest any of his movies are going to be. Um, it's okay that you didn't like The Force Awakens. It was just a defining moment of my teen years, so it's okay. We'll give it a little bit more credit than that. Kung Fu Panda 3 is a big step up from Kung Fu Panda 2. Not quite as good as Kung Fu Panda 1. Um, there are lots of pandas, and they're not good at Kung Fu, but then they learn to get good at Kung Fu, and they also eat lots of dumplings. It's kind of cute and funny. Um, I think weird to talk about the Kung Fu Panda movies as deep character studies, but I think it's an interesting progression for for whatever Jack Black's panda's name is, Poe. Um, yeah, it's a good time. Um, Zoolander 2. I really like Zoolander 1. I didn't like Zoolander 2 at all. But Zoolander 2 does have what I believe to be the best teaser trailer of all time. Um, if you go and look up, it's like the very first, like the kind of trailer where they don't really give away any of the plot. It's just like basically tells you the title of the movie and like has a little lead up to it. I think if you look up, I'm gonna check it out now. Um, my internet might be too slow for this, but the Zoolander 2 teaser trailer, it like opens with a kind of like text to speech voice over like uh, some like low quality animations of the human brain. You'll definitely know it when you found it. Look, I'm recommended in my own YouTube. Um, I think this is the one. I think it's probably that first result because I've clicked on it and watched it before. Um, but other than that, this movie is not really good. Sorry for going on that tangent. I think it's just a really funny teasy trailer. Um, it's good for it has exactly one joke, but I think the fact that it does like 2 minutes to build up to one bit is really funny. Um, yeah, I'll go in here. Let me click. Hail Caesar, I wanted to like. I didn't really. I think this is a Coen Brothers movie. They also did Big Lebowski. Haven't seen the Big Lebowski. Um, and based on the fact that I didn't like this movie, I don't know if the Big Lebowski is really on the top of my list to see anytime soon. Um, yeah. Deadpool is really solid. It's really funny. Groundbreaking at the time, probably isn't as groundbreaking now. The idea of an R-rated superhero movie where he swears. Um, it was cool to see once, but I don't think it really changed the game all too much. Um, we'll give it a couple steps up. Zootopia, like I said earlier, was the biggest thing when it came out, and has really faded since. Um, it's solid. Um, it's one of those. It's got a pretty overt but pretty good lesson to teach. Um, I think it was a lot of people thought it was going to be their favorites and one of those Disney classics when it first came out, and it's still one of Disney's most solid. Um, but you don't really hear people talking about it anymore the way they used to. Batman v Superman wasn't very good. I was really excited for this movie. I can't say I went in with the highest of expectations because of Man of Steel, but Ben Affleck's Batman did look awesome from the trailers, and the trailers for this movie were incredible. Um, if there's one thing DC movies do well, it's epic trailers, but not much more than that. Um, I think going back and I've watched it again since then, it's definitely not as bad as I felt the first time coming out of it. Um, but it kind of feels like a drag. I think I'll be able to better explain my thoughts when I get to the Justice League and the director's cut of Justice League. Um, but these movies I think are meant to be so big and epic, and a lot of them just leave me kind of meh. Um, which is kind of disappointing for a movie called Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, which is an unwieldy title that shouldn't exist, but does. Sausage Party, yeah, a fun idea. R-rated animated movie is pretty funny. It's pretty a lot of dirty jokes and not safe for work humor, which lands sometimes, but maybe a whole movie is a little bit too much for me. This movie also came out the summer I worked in a movie theater, and we had a lot of parents who would take their kids to see this movie, and they would come storming out, and they'd be like, "Why would you let my kids see that?" Which is like, I didn't buy them the ticket, but whatever. Yes, it's my fault. Um, and a lot of parents who they saw an animated movie and they're like, "Ah, yes, this is for my kids," and they came out furious. So we ended up putting a sign at the counter that said, "Just so you know, Sausage Party is not for children. It's R-rated. It's mostly for adults. Please don't buy a ticket for this for your 10-year-old." Um, so just a little bit of bad association with it, um, and also just the humor can miss sometimes for me. Um, but props for trying something different. It's probably the only list in the history of the world where The Godfather and Sausage Party are next to each other. Um, the Jungle Book remake, whatever you want to call it, live action update. Um, Greg, we were we were the same age at the same time. You can't have seen Sausage Party when you were 10. Um, the Jungle Book we saw in a theater, and the heat was out, but we didn't realize the heat was out because we had just come from Buffalo Wild Wings and we thought we were just sweating from eating hot wings. So we were confused when people started leaving, but when we finally left the theater at the end of the movie, they were like, "Yeah, the heat was broken," and we were like, "Oh, we thought we were just warm from being sweaty." But they gave us free tickets to come back and see anything else, so that was neat. But the Jungle Book, as someone who I honestly don't remember ever seeing the original cartoons, I didn't have too much of an attachment to it. So seeing this updated version didn't really didn't really hurt me in any sort of way. Um, and I also think the consensus is that this is definitely better than the original version. Um, this movie have Big Monkey, and I do like a movie with Big Monkey. Um, I think it really worked as it was clear that Disney was just doing a test run for the Lion King live action to see if they can make one of these and have it be decent and not have people hate it. Um, so it's kind of a shame that this gets swept under the rug and they were just instantly jumped to Lion King, but such is life. Captain America Civil War is easily one of my favorites. Um, I've said it many times. I like Captain America. I like Marvel movies. This is kind of the peak of it all. Um, I mean, not the best Marvel movie, but just kind of the culmination of the shared universe idea and Captain America character kind of coming to his inevitable conclusion. Um, really great. Probably not as great if you haven't seen the 15 million movies that came before it, but if you have, awesome. Um, X-Men Apocalypse. This was a pretty good movie. A step down from the last one. I think people set a little bit too high of expectations on these X-Men movies sometimes. Civil War, Apocalypse, and Batman v Superman all came out in the same year, and this is definitely the middle of the three. Um, I think the fact that it came out after Civil War really hurt it because I think people got such high expectations for superhero movies after Civil War that something that was a little more ordinary and a little bit more typical superhero movie really just didn't sit well with a lot of people after seeing things that were totally different and unique for the genre. Um, so I think watching it outside of the year it was released and watching it as its own movie and not comparing it to what else came out that year, it's decent enough. Um, Not a masterpiece for sure, but good enough. The Nice Guys is solid. Um, I think similar to Man from Uncle, underrated as kind of a. This one's less so of a spy movie, but kind of like a undercover cop action comedy kind of thing. Um, yeah, pretty solid all around. Popstar, I'm so sorry that I waited so long to watch this movie. Um, I watched this movie because I watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine this past summer in full, and I was on an Andy Samberg kick. So I went back and watched this, and this movie is hysterical. Um, just absolute like nonsense humor. Some of the songs are honestly kind of slap. A couple of them are on my listen to this at work playlist just to keep me going throughout the day. Um, yeah, it's good stuff. Finding Dory also came out the summer I worked in the theater, and I got free tickets that summer, but I only got free tickets for me and one other person at a time. So I saw this movie, I think, 3 or 4 times in theaters, taking individual friends who wanted to see it, who wanted to see it for free, and I got sick of it. It wasn't great to begin with, and then having to watch it over and over again when I didn't want to. I think the last time I just reclined out the seats and fell asleep. Um, because I had no interest, but people were using me for my free ticket, so that was neat. If you want to be the popular kid for a summer, work in a movie theater and tell people you can get them to see Finding Dory for free. Um, it's not terrible. It's not terribly offensive or anything. It's just, I guess, unnecessary. Central Intelligence. Don't remember this one all too much. Um, it was pretty fun. I think this was the start of the Dwayne the Rock Johnson and Kevin Hart bromance that has become some sort of internet rivalry today. Um, yeah, it's all right. Independence Day resurgence. Full disclosure, have not seen the first Independence Day all the way through. Definitely seen some clips of it on YouTube and a couple snippets on TV because it's on a bunch. Um, but this sequel was not very good. Pretty generic action, science fiction, alien invasion stuff. Um, yeah, I don't know. Just not much to say here. And it's these middling movies that I don't have a strong opinion on that are hardest to place because there's a ton of them. Um, yeah, there are definitely 2 Batman Returns on here. I'm gonna get rid of this Batman Returns. It does this. That movie only came out once. Um, yeah, I'll go here. I have such a hard time spelling the word independence. Um, the Ghostbusters reboot from 2016, it's fine enough. I know it was a big controversy when it first came out, but at the end of the day, it was an okay-ish movie. I don't think there was any reason for anybody to get as upset or as excited for it as they were. Um, Some of the humor works, some of the humor doesn't. Uh, it exists. I think most people have forgotten about it by now. Um, I wasn't all that fond of it, but the Batman The Killing Joke, I think was kind of like a one night only special event thing that I bought tickets to. I didn't really enjoy it that much. I think there was some kind of like unrelated other animated Batman movie before it. I was like, I didn't quite know what was going on while I was watching it. Um, it's Batman. I'll get some points. It's my professional opinion. Jason Bourne, having not seen any of the other Bourne movies, this one was just totally lost on me. Again, this summer I worked at a movie theater. We got some free employee screenings for a few of the movies, so we could watch them the day before they came out. I went to this one just because, again, it was free, and some of my friends who I worked with that summer were hanging out, so I just figured why not. Um, it happened. Suicide Squad stinks. Um, so another one we got like an employee screening for, and I think we decided to have this employee screening at like 10 o'clock or midnight. So everyone was all in their pajamas. I had like my nice Batman sweatpants on and Batman T-shirt, and I think I actually bought like a Marvel blanket with me. But whatever. It was a letdown. I thought this would be at least a little funny, but it really turned out to be not that funny, and the production design of it was all kind of gross and edgy and that mid 2010s Hot Topic vibe. Um, yeah, it's not great. I think in hindsight, I probably hate it less than I actually say I do. Um, Given that I've seen some many worse movies since then. Um, Kubo and the Two Strings. I hate to say it, I was underwhelmed by. Um, yeah, it's like stop motion doesn't always hit for me. It's really upsetting because I really appreciate how much time and effort and planning goes into those movies, and it's an incredible feat of animation to be able to do a stop motion movie, especially on this scale. It's just the story didn't quite work, and I hate that. Um, I think anything good about this movie that I have to say is mostly comes down to the animation. Um, yeah, so Kubo is gonna go right in here. You see what's coming up. Um, La La Land. Boy, do I not like La La Land. Which is insanity because I'm a big fan of musical movies. Um, Big fan of Ryan Gosling and Emma Stone. Um, like everything about this movie I should have liked. It just really doesn't work, and I know that's maybe it's a hot take. There are very few people who I've met who really don't like this movie as much as I do. Um, I think it's just way too pretentious. It's a little too. I don't know. It doesn't sit right with me. The fact that they chose the two most famous people in Hollywood to play struggling actors, it just does. I don't care how good of an actor you are. Like that, it doesn't convince me. Like the fact that Ryan Gosling and Emma Stone were like, oh, it's so hard to find a job. It's so hard to make it in Hollywood. Where it's like clearly you've made it. The fact that this movie ends with them not making it when they very clearly made it is kind of frustrating. I don't know. Maybe I just don't get it, but I, I don't like that. Again, this movie is all about like giving fresh faces in Hollywood, giving the unknowns a chance. And if that's the moral you're going to preach, maybe cast some unknowns, maybe cast some people who are having a hard time making it, who are kind of going through this in their own lives, instead of casting the two most famous people to play underdogs. Um, and I think it's their cast. Like they're great. It's just that their casting in these particular roles doesn't work. Um, yeah, La La Land stinks. La La Land goes. It's just it's like there are some movies that are a lot worse than La La Land, but they're so much less frustrating. Arrival, too too high concept sci-fi, too just trying to, I think, be a metaphor that didn't make any sense to me. Oh, look at Greg agreeing with me. Appreciate it. Um, yeah, the music in La La Land was fine. I think the one thing I didn't even mention is that like it starts off with a couple really big musical numbers, then they become, and I guess maybe that's the point, is it becomes less of a musical as it goes on. Um, that didn't work. Um, but anyway, Arrival just bored me. Um, I know a lot of people really like it. I do not. Um, Free Fire is kind of cool. It's one of those like one location for the entire movies. I'm pretty sure, set in like a warehouse and a bunch of, it's one big shootout basically. Um, there's a lot of great like one-liners, a lot of great banter between the cast here. I just think it maybe didn't, could have been more. I think the moments of humor are too few and far between. Um, yeah, expected more. Jack Reacher. This is the second Jack Reacher. Um, the the first one was just barely good enough to be considered a good movie. The second one somehow toes that line even more dangerously. Um, Again, it's gonna fall into that category of generic action movie where I don't have a strong opinion on it, but maybe kind of liked it better than some other movies I've seen. Um, Bye, Micah. Again, I appreciate your compliments more than Heather's bullying. But anyway, Jack Reacher 2, it'll go somewhere on here. Yeah, whatever. Um, Doctor Strange is pretty solid. I think that there's definitely more they can do with magic in these movies. I think visually there were a couple really cool moments, but I think this could have been like over the top nuts. Um, and they shied away from it at some of the biggest moments. Um, but solid. It's enough to make me interested in this character, and to hope that they do more in the sequel. Um, yeah. Again, like I said, Marvel movies, they're always going to be somewhere near the middle to top. Um, and there's a bunch of them clumped together here, apparently. If I was burnt out on Harry Potter, I was well over the Fantastic Beast movies before they even came out. Um, this was just uninteresting. This was unnecessary. I get trying to take your biggest franchise ever and make a spin-off, but like this had nothing. As not the biggest fan of Harry Potter, this had nothing good. Like anything that was good about the Harry Potter movies are gone from these movies. Um, and it feels very boring and very whatever. Moana's great. Um, it's got some great music. I think the ocean setting is incredible. I think it's a first for Disney to do something. I mean, in 3D animation at least, because the Little Mermaid exists. Um, but it's beautifully animated. I think Moana and whatever the Rock's characters' name are, they're great. I think the Big Crab has good song. Um, I think all the music in this movie is awesome. Um, I don't think there's been any any talk of a sequel for this one, but I would be more than thrilled if they went for it. Um, Even like sometimes Disney will throw in these quirky animal side characters that get annoying real quick, but I think the pig and the chicken in this movie um, don't overstay their welcome. They don't hit minion territory, minions and Despicable Me territory. Um, so Moana goes among some of the upper tier. I think I compared it to Tangled earlier, and I think it probably will fit somewhere around there. Maybe we're higher up than Tangled right now. Um, Rogue One is awesome. Um, I think this is the last like Disney Star Wars movie that I really enjoyed. Um, the fact that this movie had the guts to do the ending that it did. Um, this is a war movie in Star Wars. And it feels grittier. It feels more in the trenches than Star Wars does. Um, and it works really well. And you can't mention this movie without the Darth Vader hallway scene, which is the it, it's I think it's like 30 seconds or something like that, but it's so incredible. And it's really the most intimidating Darth Vader's ever been. Um, yeah, Rogue One is awesome. I think the ensemble cast works really well. All of them were incredibly likable. Um, and the fact that it like really just bumps up right against the New Hope and bleeds into it um, is awesome. Yeah, Greg, Silence of the Lambs. I guess because it's kind of teeters on that line of horror movie. Not really. It's kind of more of just a straight thriller than a horror movie. But as a borderline horror, primarily drama movie, that's just a genre of movie that doesn't work for me. Um, yeah, I'm a simple boy. I like the punchy movies and the Lego Batman movies and the funny movies. So small monkey brain. Um, Rogue One's gonna go up here among these. Thoroughbreds is a pretty dark, dry comedy. Um, I don't remember all too much about it, but it was solid. If that sense of humor is your cup of tea, definitely worth a watch. It's not like a laugh out loud kind of comedy. It's more of a like kind of comedy. Um, Hard to place one here. Um, these streams are just mostly 3 hours of me scrolling. Um, Get Out. Plenty has been said about Get Out. It, it, a rare horror movie that I don't hate. Um, Spooky and also funny. Um, it's a really great movie. Um, Plenty has been said about it that I can't even begin to imitate. Um, but I do really like it for a horror movie, I guess. Yeah, this feels right. John Wick 2. Not a huge fan of John Wick 1, like I said, so John Wick 2 is not really going to do much for me either. In all honesty, I kind of feel like putting all the John Wick movies right next to each other. Um, Interesting. There he is. Um, the John Wick movies all kind of blend together for me. So at the to avoid accidentally saying one is significantly better than the other, I'm gonna keep pretty tight. There she is. I've already put Lego Batman at the top of this list. Um, this is objectively the best movie I've ever seen in my entire life. It's not even a contest. This is the funniest, most heartfelt, most perfectly animated, most well written, most best acted, most perfectly cast, most anything movie I've ever seen in my entire life. That is not a joke. That is my honest to God opinion. I had a poster for this movie hanging up on my wall in my room in college. Yes, at 22 years old, I had a Lego Batman movie poster in my room. Um, this is listen. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. You probably won't like it nearly as much as I do. Um, it's a movie that has no right to exist, um, but does and does so boldly. Um, yeah, it's listen, it's the best. Um, it's Lego Batman. Moving on. Um, Greg, go watch Lego Batman. Um, I have Lego Batman on DVD and Blu-ray, and I also have a digital copy. So if you need to watch it, just let me know. I got you covered. Um, on any platform. Logan is kind of sad that Hugh Jackman's done playing Wolverine, but if he was to do a last movie, I'm glad it was Logan. Um, Kind of a great last ride for that character. All these movies have been about him not wanting to be the hero but being forced into it. And this is kind of the ultimate extension of that. Seeing these kids who saw him as a hero all these years and him having to kind of fill that role and save them, it's incredible. And also seeing Patrick Stewart as Professor X for the last time, to see that character who was kind of a rock for so many years, kind of it falling apart, to see him at his lowest is heartbreaking. Logan's really great. Um, it's gonna fall somewhere among the top movies here. Um, yeah, this feels right. King Kong, or Kong Skull Island rather, was decent. I think it was set in the 70s, and whatever era it was set in, I like that vibe for it. Um, yeah, solid enough. Uh, huh, nothing, nothing game changing though. Baby Driver is really good. The idea of an action movie set to music, is something I've been wanting to see for a really long time. They definitely, like, there was one scene where like every action beat, like every gunshot was set to a beat of music, and that was really good. I just wish that was the whole movie. Um, Most of the movie was just a heist movie with a killer soundtrack, but the idea of like setting it action beat to music beat is really cool. Um, I think more of that would have been great. The Boss Baby franchise is the bane of my existence. I hate everything about it. I will not stand for it. Um, I don't like this movie. I don't like that it exists. It frustrates me. It makes me angry. I I am upset that there is both a Netflix series and a sequel to this. Um, it's so dumb. I can't even imagine like as a kid like why would you would watch this even as a kids movie? Because it I think it's like too smart to be a kids movie and too dumb and annoying to be anyone else's movie. Um, I just don't know who this is supposed to be for. Um, Boss Baby is bad. Um, yeah, we watched this movie for free and I still hated it. I still wanted my money back. Haha, good joke. The Disaster Artist. Where's the room? The room's somewhere on here. Um, I'm gonna put the room and the Disaster Artist back to back, um, giving the edge barely to the room. This movie could have just been like silly nonsense and just James Franco and his friends just remaking the room and having a fun time with it, but they kind of went for something a little more and a little more um I guess a little more heartfelt, whether intentionally or unintentionally. um it really works well as a comedy, as a drama, and as kind of just a tribute to movie making, I guess. um Even if you haven't seen The Room, go check it out. I think it's still worth a watch. The Power Rangers reboot from a couple years back, I really thought was fine. Um, Kind of a shame that no one else really saw it because I think it had sequel potential, and I think it could have been interesting, and I think it had franchise potential. Um, Most of there are five of them. I didn't watch Power Rangers as a kid really at all. Um, and most of them were pretty likable. There were some weird choices and character traits given to some of them. Um, like the Red Ranger has a weird story, and I think it's the Pink Ranger also has a really odd lore. Um, but like the action and the decision to focus on characters first and then build towards big action at the end worked pretty well. Um, yeah, it's solid enough. Guardians of the Galaxy 2 is I feel like is a big step down from Guardians of the Galaxy 1. In the lower tier of my Marvel movie rankings. Again, that doesn't mean it's bad. Usually if it's in the lower tier of Marvel, that means it's pretty good. I just think again, sometimes a Marvel movie that doesn't contribute to the bigger overarching story sometimes doesn't feel as exciting. And maybe that's just it's my impatience to see where how it all comes together and pays off, but it do be what it do be. Um, Wonder Woman's really good. I think the decision to go with World War One and separate it ever so slightly from Captain America: The First Avenger was a really good move. Um, I think the whole like Wonder Woman being a fish out of water and coming to the real world for the first time works really well. I think the Wonder Woman and Steve Trevor have really great chemistry. I think they work really well together. I think they're really fun to watch. Um, yeah, the third act kind of devolves into a big CGI monster fight. But I was okay with that. I mean, it's ultimately a superhero movie, and that's how most of these end. Um, I think that I think the best scene from it is that no man's land scene where she crosses the battlefield and she's deflecting bullets as she kind of walks into no man's land. I think that's one of the best superhero sequences in recent memory. And I also think Wonder Woman has one of the best. one of the best superhero themes in recent memory. It's probably like the Avengers theme, maybe the Captain America theme, and then this, like that killer heavy guitar riff. Um, I wish there was more of that in the sequel. But yeah, Wonder Woman 1, pretty good Wonder Woman movie. Um, Cars 3 is better than Toy Story 3. I accept no further arguments. Yes, like considering how bad Cars 2 was, and I don't know if there's just someone at Pixar who really likes the Cars franchise, because there's no reason why you would make three of these, um, unless it's clearly someone's passion, for someone who has a lot of sway's passion project. Um, but the third one is decent. um, it kind of tackles some heavier themes about like retirement and your purpose in life and doing what you're meant to do. Like it's gets kind of deep. Um, it's no classic, but it do be what it do be. Despicable Me 3 isn't that great. I think the the idea of Gru having a brother is kind of funny. Um, Other than that, passable. Um, Spider-Man: Homecoming is really good. Mid-tier Marvel movies. I'm good. Um, whew, swallowed something weird. But yeah, Spider-Man: Homecoming is really good. Kind of interesting that they skipped over like Spider-Man's origin and they were just kind of like, you've seen this twice, you probably get where this is going. Um, people will hate on that Spider-Man, that Iron Man was his father figure in these movies, and yeah, that's different from everything we've seen before. But I think it was, if you're gonna put Spider-Man in this universe, it kind of makes sense. Um, Overall, this movie is pretty funny. Um, Action's decent. I think doing the Vulture, doing a new Spider-Man villain for the first time, was a good choice. War for the Planet of the Apes. I already said I didn't like Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. This one was even more disappointing. The movie has war in the title. There's like a very short battle sequence at the end, and it's really not all that interesting. I don't know exactly what they meant when they said War for the Planet of the Apes in this movie, um, because this felt like it was supposed to be the end of the trilogy, a definitive end where it's like, okay, from here, we're going towards the Planet of the Apes from the 60s to that kind of monkeys have fully taken over the earth and they've developed their own society. It doesn't really go that way. It kind of almost feels like that the humans are on the verge of taking the planet back. Because again, the humans still have organized military. They still are functioning enough to like radio out to each other and sort of rebuild their society. And the monkeys are still kind of on the run. They're still kind of just trying to get to a safe place for their little conglomerate. Um, it just feels weird. It's weird where it leaves off, and it's kind of, I don't know. Not I guess just not what I wanted to see. Um, I'm gonna be honest. I up until this moment, I forgot that the Emoji Movie existed. Um, Boy, that was something that I watched. I think I saw it twice. I think I saw it once in theaters and not once not in theaters. Um, Paying it for twice, I would not deserve to be on this planet anymore. Um, it's not good. Countless jokes have been made about its existence. Um, I think the fact that it hasn't stuck around as a meme just shows you how bad it truly was, that people weren't even interested in watching it enough to make fun of it. Um, but it certainly exists. But I guess it's good for a couple laughs here and there. Um, and so on for that reason, we'll go up here. A Taxi Driver is a solid movie. Um, I've been trying to this quarantine. I've been trying to watch a handful of more foreign films just to see what else is out there. I think one of the first, uh, if you're trying to branch out, I think a lot of people tell you to try watching Korean films first. Um, Especially given the recent popularity of Parasite, there's a lot of good jumping off points there for directors and actors you can latch on to. Um, and Taxi Driver is a Korean film um, about an event that I didn't a true historical event that I didn't even know took place. But yeah, it's a really uh, great movie. There's a really great bond between the two leads. I think it's a Korean taxi driver, and I think he's a German reporter. Is the other lead in this movie? Um, yeah, would recommend, especially if you're trying to branch out beyond American movies. Um, Definitely a great jumping off point. American Made, more crime, more guys being cool and doing crime. Um, yeah, Tom Cruise runs drugs. It's kind of funny in some places, kind of ridiculous in others. Um, I liked it more than I thought I was gonna like it. Logan Lucky, I liked less than I was gonna like it. Um, People told me it was hysterical. I don't really think it was all that hysterical. Um, just forgettable, really. Death of Stalin, something I wanted to watch for a really long time, and most of my friends, I guess, just weren't interested because it's kind of a like an obscure kind of, despite the fact that Steve Buscemi's in it. Um, I guess kind of a more off the radar movie that people were like, I don't know what this is about. I don't really care to watch it. But a solid dark comedy. Um, I wouldn't say it's dark, just kind of dry. Um, about power struggles in Russia and whatnot. And things beyond my pay grade. I, Tanya was really good, really funny. I think the kind of fake documentary style worked well. Um, yeah, all around decent. The Lego Ninjago movie is the weakest of the Lego movies. Not to say it's a bad movie. The Ninjago brand doesn't really carry any weight for me. Um, but it's fine enough. You can definitely tell they put less into the animation of this. One of the things you notice is that, like in the Lego movie and Lego Batman movie, the way water is animated, it's made of Lego bricks, but in the Ninjago movie, it's animated to look like water, which is still probably impossibly difficult to animate, but I think requires less detail than it does to animate every single droplet of a Lego brick. Um, yeah, I think they kind of, as these movies went on, they deviated from that painstaking stop motion style, that pure 100% Lego style. Um, but it still works well enough. It's still got that Lego charm. The action is solidish. Yeah. Kingsman 2 is a step down from Kingsman 1. Cool to have Elton John in this movie. I think it's a really contrived and maybe too comic booky plot line. People coming back from the dead and these kind of and just it's just maybe a little too much. Or like Kingsman was great because it was over the top, but this kind of goes into ridiculous territory. Still enjoyable enough, just because it's a cool universe to play in. But yeah, I can't say it's really one of my favorites. Blade Runner 2049 is bad. It's boring. It's overlong. It's just whatever. I guess visually interesting in some points, but it just bored me to no end. Thor Ragnarok is really funny. Easily the best Thor movie. Cutting into top tier Marvel for sure. Yeah, this feels right. Coco, I can't believe it took me until like 2020 to watch Coco. Um, yeah, Coco is really great. The late 2010s Disney originals that aren't sequels to Toy Story or Finding Dory, I think were all really good. I believe that like the animation on the guitar playing in Coco is legit. Like that's really how your fingers would move, which is awesome. I do believe in skeleton supremacy. I think we should have more skeletons on screen. I just think they're really cool looking characters, and I think Coco has great design for them. I think Miguel is the kid's name, I want to say. Yeah, I think so. He's really great. This whole movie is great all around. It's getting to the point where like good movies have to go in the mid hundreds here. Justice League, plenty has been said about Justice League in the last few months and years. This movie isn't great. I don't think it's as bad as people really say it is. Yeah, I think it's clear that this is two directors' visions that definitely don't work together, being mashed together and hoping for the best. I think this is very clearly a let's get this movie out the door, make some money, and then like move on from this world entirely kind of movie. And it wasn't until like the clamoring for the director's cut of this to be released that they started to be like, oh, maybe we can keep going with this. Yeah, it's comparatively with the Avengers, it's not good. Compared with a lot of Marvel movies, it's not good. Compared with even earlier DC movies, it's not good. It feels very much like a mid 2000s Fantastic Four kind of superhero movie. where it's just kind of nonsensical and silly, and but that's not it's not necessarily a terrible thing. A lot of the jokes are really bad, but I think there are a couple things that are in this version of the movie that aren't in the extended director's cut that are good. Sorry, but like there's a scene where they're fighting the big bad guy, and the Flash is like, I can't do this. Like, I've never saved anybody before. I just kind of push people and run away. And Batman gives him a little pep talk where he's like, don't worry about fighting. Like, just save one person at a time. Like, run in, grab one person, run out. And that's missing from the director's cut. And there's a couple like little moments like that maybe were played to be a little more silly, but I think kind of work. But yeah, I mean, on the whole, like I said, it feels like a mid-2000s Fantastic Four kind of movie. So I can't put it anywhere really too high up on this list. What Did Jack Do is like I don't know, say it's like maybe 10-20 minutes. It's on Netflix. It's odd. It's about a guy interviewing a monkey. Doesn't really make all that much sense. There's a weird little dance number at the end. Just conceptually is kind of interesting and funny. Hardly counts as a movie, but I guess it was on Letterboxd, so it's getting thrown on this list. Yeah. Jumanji, yeah, the recent Jumanjis are pretty good. Again, nothing groundbreaking, but a fun time at the movies. The body swapping is makes for some good laughs. I think Jack Black in particular is the one that everyone says is the highlight, and I would agree with that. But yeah, I wish we got more of these kind of like old-timey adventure movies that are in the vein of like this Jumanji and maybe like the Mummy from the 90s and Indiana Jones kind of adventure in the jungle kind of movies. Yeah, it's solid. The Last Jedi has been talked to death on the internet. I really wish I liked it more. I want to like it more. And I think as a movie, it's really good. As a Star Wars movie, it really disappoints. Especially after how good The Force Awakens was. I think it throws a lot of that potential and a lot of that excitement, just kind of throws it out for the sake of subverting expectations. And it, you know, I can't say much more about it that hasn't already been said. But it's Star Wars. It's gonna go somewhere high up on the list. The Commuter, Liam Neeson on a train. Another midwinter Liam Neeson action classic. The Commuter is about as good as Nonstop. Truly, these movies blend together. I think we're gonna give Nonstop the edge, though, just because I think being on a plane is cooler than being on a train. Eighth Grade came out, whatever this was, 3 years ago, and was pretty solid. A movie that, again, maybe wasn't made specifically with me as the target audience in mind. An experience that I haven't necessarily lived through, but can definitely empathize with. A really well told coming of age story. I'll go around here. 8 is hard to spell. Hereditary, from the awful brain behind Midsummer. This was his first movie. Was honestly, if I liked horror movies, I think I would like this. However, I'm a little weenie baby who doesn't like horror movies, and therefore I did not like Hereditary. Um, it'll go very, very far down this list. Um, I think. No, I really don't like horror movies. So, Hereditary, you get barely an edge over Boss Baby. Barely over Boss Baby. Boss Baby, Boss Baby is my mortal enemy. Um, Black Panther, awesome fun movie. It's Marvel. Where's it gonna go? It's gonna go towards the mid to top. Um, yeah, I think there was a stretch um between like 2014 and 2018 where I saw every Marvel movie at midnight. I think this was the first one that I actually missed because I had a musical to work on and it was Tech Week, and I was really upset that I didn't get to go to midnight. I had broken the streak. But I caught it the next day. I didn't wait. I didn't let this movie go too long without getting a chance to see it. Um, the action is great. Chadwick Boseman, not enough can be said about him as an actor. Uh, uh, yes, the fight at the end does kind of become a CGI mess, but same thing that I said about Wonder Woman. These are superhero movies. I am not surprised or disappointed when they end in big punch outs at the end. Um, and I think from start to finish, it's all around really solid. It'll go right above here. Greg, are you still actually listening, or are you just picking up on a couple buzzwords here and there and tuning in? Um, Game night is funny. Game night is good. It's like an action comedy, more comedy than action. Um, I think it works really well. Also kind of like a mystery thriller. Bunch of bunch of genres mashed together. All of it works. I think one of the best like primarily comedies I've seen in a while. Because I think it tries to outsmart its audience. I think of a lot of comedies just kind of try to be silly and goofy. This tries to go for a little more sarcastic and yeah, just that kind of sense of humor. Um, the Tomb Raider reboot. I've never played the Tomb Raider games. I have never seen the earlier Tomb Raider movies. Um, yeah, I have no attachment to this franchise. That being said, this movie was passable. I watched it. I had Movie Pass um, when I watched this, and it was definitely worth whatever Movie Pass cost. Um, I can't say much more than that, though. Ready Player One. I have not read the book. Um, so I don't know what this movie even meant. Cool to see a bunch of movie and video game characters all thrown together. Um, there was probably more potential here. There's definitely more they could have done with it. Um, but yeah, it was fine. Pacific Rim 2 is nowhere near as good as Pacific Rim 1. Um, Still enjoyable enough, but again, it loses that sense of scale and weight that the first Pacific Rim has, and it kind of becomes more about just like big robots flying at big monsters. And it feels a lot more CGI-y. Um, that being said, like enjoyable enough. it's still do be big robot punch big monster. This is in the wrong cell. Cool. Center. There we go. Rampage. These couple, I guess, are just all gonna fall right around each other. Rampage was fine. It's like if you've ever played the original arcade game, it's, I guess, enough like it, but also nothing like it at the same time. There's these big animals, and they're wrecking stuff, and you gotta stop them from wrecking stuff. Eh. Please tell me I clicked on 7. Okay, we're on page 7. We are nearing the end. Ish. I don't know how, like, if it's a full page 8 or if it's just most of a page 8, but we'll find out. Avengers Infinity War is one of my all-time favorites. It's going right up here. I feel like I've talked enough about Marvel for that to be self-explanatory. Solo was surprisingly decent. I can't say I've seen it more than, I want to say, twice since it came out, which maybe is a lot to see the movie Solo. But yeah, listen, I think the guy playing young Han Solo did a decent enough job. You know, he's not Harrison Ford, and he tried his best to do his own thing with it, while also, paying respect to one of the most iconic movie characters of all time. Sorry, I don't know how to work this mic. But yeah, Solo will go somewhere in the middle here. Deadpool 2 I didn't quite like as much as Deadpool 1. I guess just kind of felt redundant. I think probably the appeal and newness of Deadpool wore off really quickly. Black Klansman was really good. Took me a couple of years to get around to it. But yes, good film. To drop it in above, right here. Tag, yeah, was funny enough. Kind of a silly premise, which I think is based on a true story about these friends who had like a game of tag running their entire lives. A respectable enough comedy. Kind of not something that's really going to stick with you for a long time. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I don't think this is many people, if any people's favorite movie. It do be what it do be, though. The Incredibles 2, yeah, it was good, but it's nowhere near The Incredibles 1. I think it really was a missed opportunity to not do a time skip and set this movie in present day. It would have been, 15 years since the first one, so I think it was weird they didn't shoot, there was plenty of story to go from, aging the kids up and having them, starting to come into their own as young adults. I think it was weird to just make a direct sequel without really all that much to say. I think the first one had a lot to comment on, whereas the second one was just like, we'll just make a fun superhero family, whatever. Um, Still really good though. I think it might be funnier than the first one because I think they went for more humor. Jurassic World 2, listen, I will admit, yeah, it's not very good. However, this movie has dinosaurs in it. Um, and if a movie has dinosaurs in it, it gets high praise from me. Dinosaurs are really neat. We're just gonna remove this. Okay. Anyway, this has probably the saddest on-screen death I've ever seen, where there's the island the dinosaurs are on is exploding, the volcano's going off, and they have to leave a brontosaurus behind, and he cries out and goes up on his hind leg as the smoke kind of overtakes him. Boy, so sad. Um, Teen Titans Go to the Movies is pretty silly, pretty dumb, pretty fun. Kind of like a parody of a bunch of DC tropes and whatnot. Ant-Man and the Wasp, I always put pretty close to the first Ant-Man. I always give it kind of the edge, though. Just because I think the Wasp is the Ant-Man and the Wasp having a partner. I think the two of them work really well together. And I think the Wasp serves more. It deserves to be more front and center, like as a part of the Avengers. But yeah, I think the two as a team work really great. Mission Impossible Fallout is a top tier movie. One of the best action movies ever made. That is an objective fact. I will accept no further arguments. It just like from start to finish never lets up and has a whole fourth act that comes just you think the movie has reached a point where it's about to go to the big final showdown, and then it goes on for another half an hour, but you're not upset about it. Every Mission Impossible movie has like one stunt that is like the stunt. This movie has more than one stunt that is the stunt. Like from Tom Cruise jumping out of a plane to driving a motorcycle into oncoming traffic. Like there's just so much it's old school movie making with new school technology and capabilities. And you can really feel it and you can really see it, and it's just really good. This story has a couple interesting twists and turns in it. I can't say all of them were surprises, but yeah, I love it. The favorite, I don't know why people were telling me that this movie was so funny. I don't know what about it was so funny. This movie was just boring. I thought this movie was 4 hours long. When we walked out, it had only been 2 hours, and I think that included the preview and the credits. This movie was just uninteresting and boring, and I think whatever the point was went straight over my head. Green Book is solid. Again, we thought we confused this movie and Green Room. I like this one better than Green Room. Another Best Picture winner that I think is pretty solid and doesn't bore me to death. I know it doesn't tackle its subject matter as hard as it should. But I think it still works pretty well. It'll go right here. That was some ASMR of me yawning. Um, Bad Times at El Royale, I thought I was gonna like more, um, just because it was a cool cast, cool setting. Um, Whatever it was, murder, mystery, crime thing in a hotel. Everyone was trapped there. Eh, didn't work so great for me. I think we got to get a little more fast and loose with these ratings and just throw movies wherever I'm feeling like. Velocipaster was too intentionally not good. I think some of the charm of these So Bad It's Good movies is that they're trying their best to be good. Um, this movie was trying its best to be bad, and I think that because a lot of these bad jokes are intentional, that makes them just bad jokes. You take a movie like The Room, and it's clear that they're trying to make the best movie possible, but it just comes out the worst. You take Velocipaster, and it's clear that they're trying to make the worst movie ever. So when it comes out bad, you're like, yeah, this is bad. Um, like even if you're really into the So Bad It's Good B movies, would not recommend. Venom is pretty good, funnier than I thought. Yeah, right. It's not great, but it that was fun. Twas fun. Bohemian Rhapsody was great. There's another music biopic coming up that I like better. However, this movie do be good stuff. Wreck-It Ralph 2, wow, that's a lot of credit I gave this movie. Is not as good as that star rating would imply. Um, I think I might have misclicked on that rating. um, just the decision to go to the internet, it's gonna open up a whole can of worms. The internet is a terrible and awful place, and not the place for Wreck-It Ralph to go. And it's a lot of bits that it tries to do that it just are things move pretty quick on the internet. What's funny is one day becomes outdated a week later. So writing a movie and then having 2 years before that movie comes out, those jokes are have well overstayed their welcome. Not entirely sure what I liked about this movie. The animated Grinch is not terrible, better than the Lorax. I have to be extra special careful that I don't put this above the live action Grinch on accident. Um, okay, so he's up there. Um, I think the animation is a little more creative on this one than it was on other Dr. Seuss adaptations. I think some of the Grinch's contraptions were pretty cool looking. Um, but I think again this runs into the problem of you're stretching a 20-minute story into almost 2 hours, and that's just really not meant to be done sometimes. Um, yeah, Robin Hood. Underwhelming, generic. Would not would not bother. There are better movies out there. Totally indifferent to this movie. I guess that I like the cast enough to put this somewhere not at the very bottom. Nah, go even lower. Get down here. Maybe I don't like this enough to put it higher up. Okay, this feels right. Aquaman was solid. Probably a little too long for my liking. Just it's you're going for big CGI fish and underwater fighting, and I think it just went a little too long. Put a little too much uninteresting fluff in the middle. Better than a bunch of these, though. Into the Spider-Verse is, I think, was an instant classic. I think as soon as it came out, and people were like, "Yeah, this is one of the greatest things I've ever seen," and they're not wrong. One of top 5, if not top 3, animated movies I've ever seen. Probably you're gonna put Lego Batman in front of it. Probably the original Lego Movie, and maybe The Incredibles. I guess we'll find out right now. Yeah, this movie is really, really good. Cool to see Miles Morales on screen for the first time. Can't wait to bring him over to live action eventually, and also to see more of him in this sequel. I think they picked the perfect amount of different Spider-Men from different universes for the story to have enough to be fresh and exciting at every moment, but also to give enough breathing room for Miles to have his own story. The Spider-Verse is going to come in right here. Bumblebee. This movie's okay. It's kind of a like a mini reboot for Transformers. Telling a smaller story, definitely a much cleaner and easier to follow story, less metal just tumbling across the screen punching each other. Yeah, it's weird to call a big budget Transformers movie a cute little movie. However, it do be that to an extent. How to Train Your Dragon 3 falls between 1 and 2. I still don't know how I feel about the ending to these movies. It's mixed. But it at the very least it is a pretty definitive ending for these characters. I don't think we're going to see any more How to Train Your Dragon movies anytime soon. I think it is cool that this was a nice, tightly wrapped, like a clear beginning, middle, and end. I know a lot of animated franchise like Shrek and Toy Story and Kung Fu Panda, they'll leave the door open to be like, maybe one day we'll make another one if we want. But this feels pretty solidly like a story told in 3 parts that is now over. Complete arc for Hiccup, complete arc for Toothless, no matter how you feel about it. It'll go here. The Vast of Night is a cool little science fiction mystery movie. If you like movies that
have a definitive, satisfying ending, don't watch this movie. It's pretty I guess not necessarily abstract, but like ends kind of on a question more than an answer. Um, I want to say it's free on Amazon Prime. Um, One of the few movies that are less plot, more vibes that I actually enjoy. Um, yeah. Um, no, we're gonna make it. I'm gonna stop yawning. New row. How many rows left on this page? Ooh, a couple. Lego Movie 2. Not as good as Lego Movie 1, of course, nowhere near the Lego Batman movie. Better than Ninjago. Whereas the first Lego movie was about parent-child relationships, this one was about siblings. As someone who grew up with those, I get it. This movie is, uh, yeah, I think pretty universally considered not quite up to snuff with the first one. Um, I think part of that is because the first one was a totally unique and original thing, and that is definitely worn off by this is the fourth movie in the series. Um, and I think now it has to rely on the strength of its story and its characters and its message alone, and less so just the fact that it gets less credit for not just being a 90 to 120-minute commercial for Lego. Um, but I really did like it. I got a sneak preview. It was supposed to come out in like February. My birthday was a few weeks before then, and then they like announced the morning of. They're like, "Hey, we're doing free early screenings if you want." So I called down my housemates and we rushed out the door and we went to see it. Um, the Lego Movie 2, though, it's gonna go. Yeah. Fighting with my family. I'm not into wrestling. This is a movie about wrestling. Again, an underdog story that I like better than Rocky, I think. Um, Alita Battle Angel wasn't that great. I think it's built up a bit of a cult following over the last however long it's been since it came out. Um, didn't think it was terrible. Just missable, I guess. Um, whatever it is based on, I have not seen. Um, and maybe I have less of an attachment to it than other people do. But I think on the strength of just kind of its action and whatnot alone. Cold Pursuit, Midwinter, Liam Neeson, action classic. Um, this movie certainly exists. Um, it is a Liam Neeson Midwinter action classic. He drives a snowplow in this one. I think he runs over some people. It kind of gets a little more creative than the other ones that Nonstop and The Commuter do. Um, but it's not really standout for all that much. Wee. Captain Marvel is solid. I'm not as despite being born in '98, which I guess doesn't really make me a '90s kid, but I'm not as nostalgic for the '90s as a lot of people are. So I think that setting didn't really play super well for me. Um, I not my favorite Marvel, but I think it is interesting enough to make me want to see more of this character. Um, I just think that the storyline they chose to go with, the mind wipe story, um, props for trying to do something different with an origin story, but I don't think worked super well, especially in developing an investment in the character. Um, but again, I think that it was strong enough of a movie, and I think that Brie Larson gave a strong enough performance that now that this character is back to being herself and can and start her own thing, I think there's a lot more potential going forward. I think she is kind of being built up to be the face of the Marvel movies going forward. So hopefully the sequel steps it up a notch. But I'll be there to see it. And again, if it's Marvel, it's gonna go somewhere in here. Peanut Butter Falcon is a really, really heartwarming and sweet movie. Um, I apologize for getting the name of the lead actor, but he is. I think this was his first role, and he absolutely knocks it out of the park. Um, I wanted to watch the movie when it first came out. It took me a while to actually get around to it because I don't think it really had a full fledged theatrical release in the big chains. Um, but yeah, it's a really cute movie. It's a feel good kind of movie. It'll go. Stuber is kind of an interesting concept that didn't really. Maybe I thought it had more potential than it actually did. This is probably the most they could do with this concept about an Uber driver getting pulled into a what is he? He's either a hitman or he's involved in some sort of. He's an undercover cop, maybe. I guess they really couldn't have done much more with this, and not much to show for it. Us is solid. Again, horror movies, not my forte. Um, it's easy to compare it to Get Out because it's another Jordan Peele horror movie. I definitely think it's a step down from Get Out. Still solid in the sense that it's more of a psychological horror than a jump scare horror. Which if I was gonna watch a horror movie, that's what I'd prefer. When we went to see this movie, we went to see it at like 9:45 on a Sunday, and someone brought their baby into the theater, and there was a couple rows behind us and a couple seats off to the side. And that baby was not having a good time and was crying throughout most of the movie. So the theatrical experience wasn't perfect, but the movie was decent. I want to make sure that I don't put this above Get Out on accident because I'm just kind of scrolling at this point. I don't want to overshoot. Ooh, it's not both capitalized. Shazam was really fun and really funny. My favorite of the DC connected universe movies. Really great family story. Yeah, I just really liked it. It's one of those kids in an adult body movies. Just can't help but kind of smile at it. The Hellboy reboot. I have not seen the first two Hellboy movies, which I've heard are decent to good. All I can speak on is this reboot. As someone who's not super attached to Hellboy, it wasn't as disappointing as I'm sure as it was for other people. Um, but I did feel it has a very generic, underwhelming action whatever. Um, and so it'll go towards the bottom of the list. Avengers Endgame is definitively number 2 on this list. Forgot the last E there. It's just basically 3 hours of Marvel being like, look how good Marvel movies are. I can't believe that a movie that pushed 3 hours was as successful and well received as it was in today's day and age. I think it was great that they went big on this. I think the fact that this and Infinity, the reason this and Infinity will go 2 and 3 is because they kind of are one continuous story, and they work well as one story. It was really cool how they brought everyone together for Infinity War and then made Endgame about just, for the most part, the original 6 Avengers and made it their story. How it was such a big, like, universe sprawling, time traveling adventure, and yet a very small and human story at the same time. That balancing act is awesome. And the final battle at the end, where everyone comes back and that music swells and Captain America lifts Thor's hammer. That's just among my favorite moments being in a movie theater. It just, the fact that this was as big culturally as it was, like this was a moment for like film history. This was a big deal, and it was awesome to just be a part of it. This video was sponsored by Disney. They told me to say all that. Detective Pikachu. Yeah, this movie was good enough. I wasn't a Pokemon kid growing up. I have some appreciation for it now. Certainly never played Detective Pikachu. I think that game was a Japan-only release. And if it did come to the States, I think it came a little, well later on. An interesting choice to go with for a live-action Pokemon movie. I think worked well enough. It was pretty funny. Yesterday was a movie I was excited to see. The premise is everyone forgets who the Beatles are except for this one guy, and he kind of rewrites and re-releases all the Beatles songs and achieves their level of fame and popularity. Cool concept. Execution was lacking. I say that about a lot of movies, but I'm not a screenwriter. I don't know how difficult it is to do these things. I'm sure this is probably the best version of this story they could possibly tell, and they deserve all the credit in the world for that. I don't know how I could have written this any better, but it still did feel underwhelming. The Aladdin remake. I enjoyed this maybe more than I should have. I think the idea of casting Will Smith as the genie was a smart choice. Was he anywhere near as good as Robin Williams was or would have been in live action? Probably not. But I think casting someone who is such a big name that he could make this role his own just by being him, worked pretty well. And the guy who played Aladdin, who I think was a newcomer at the time, he did really well. I think this and the upcoming Hercules live action, there's a couple Disney movies out there who can really add something by being live action and can go bigger in scope and scale with a modern update. If you notice, there's a couple songs in the Aladdin remake where it feels bigger, and then you go watch the original animated movie and you're like, this is just as good as it was at the time, feels underwhelming now. So I think a fresh update does work for some of these. I didn't see the Lion King remake, but it seems like it didn't really work for that because I don't think it needed that update. man, I would have really liked to see what Robin Williams could have done as a live action genie. Um, but unfortunately, that's something we'll never get to see. Um, but all things considered, this was really well done. It's gonna fall. I don't know. I don't know. There we go. I think that's still top half. John Wick 3, like I said before, John Wick goes next to John Wick goes next to John Wick. I think the third one goes in between 1 and 2. Just to be safe. Yeah, Rocket Man is the next on this list. Rocket Man is incredible. I think the debate for a year was like Rocket Man versus Bohemian Rhapsody, and Rocket Man gets the edge for me. It was more of a musical, whereas Bohemian Rhapsody was a biography with a Queen soundtrack. Rocket Man was an Elton John musical. The fact that Taron Egerton actually sings, and that's his real voice, gets more points in my book. I think this story was just those are the words I'm going to use. It was really great. That is the best I can say about it. This goes among some of my top favorites. I think this is an appropriate place to have it. Secret Life of Pets 2. I have not seen The Secret Life of Pets 1. I don't care to see The Secret Life of Pets 1 because The Secret Life of Pets 2 was ultimately incredibly forgettable. I think it was kind of funny. Animals do be talking. Harrison Ford was in this as a dog who like clearly didn't want to be there, and I don't think they actually sent Harrison Ford a script. They just called him asking him if they wanted to do the movie, and then just recorded what he responded with. Because clearly his character in this movie was totally uninterested, and I assume he was also incredibly uninterested in doing whatever this was. The Lighthouse is weird. In a sort of interesting way. Black and white in a weird aspect ratio. Weird, just bros being dudes being guys in a lighthouse. Doing weird stuff. Being kind of creepy. I didn't really know how to feel about this movie when I saw it. I didn't like it, but I also kind of liked it. Just from a more intrigued as to how this happened perspective. But I don't know. Parasite, tons has been said about Parasite since it came out a couple of years ago. It's kind of crazy that this actually came out 2 years ago now. Again, among the Best Picture winners that I actually do enjoy. Yeah, this was a good one. It's gonna slide somewhere in the early hundreds, I want to say. Yeah. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is a garbage movie. All Quentin Tarantino movies are garbage movies. This one goes straight in the gutter. It's just I just don't know what this movie is supposed to be, what it's supposed to be about. This weird revisionist history that it is. Yeah, I don't know. It goes below Boss Baby because at least Boss Baby I can enjoy being angry at. The Unauthorized Bash Brothers Experience isn't so much a movie as it is a an album. I guess whatever, a video album. If you are a baseball fan, I would recommend watching it. If you are not a baseball fan, probably give it a pass. It's a story of Jose Canseco and Mark McGwire, the Bash Brothers, two iconic baseball players of the 90s. It mostly played for laughs. Entirely played for laughs, I would say. It's The Lonely Island. I think it's about 30 minutes long. Just again, just for the if you're a baseball fan wanting to know more about these guys and also kind of make fun of them and yeah, I think my review of this, I wrote, I enjoy baseball, I enjoy comedy, I enjoy movies, therefore I enjoy this. So if you enjoy any combination of those things, give it a watch. The Unauthorized Bash Brothers Experience. I think it's just because it's less so of a movie, it's going to end up lower on this list than it probably should be. Godzilla King of the Monsters isn't very good, and I'm upset that it's not very good. It's like they up the action, but also up the human side characters, and it's just unnecessary. And again, it loses that kind of like ground level feel in order to show more action. And it slogs. It's kind of boring. It's overlong, and for as many monsters as they throw in this, they just doesn't leave much of an impact. X-Men Dark Phoenix is fine. Another like Justice League, clearly let's just get this movie out the door and get it over with and get this off our plate kind of thing. And it shows. There was also some rights issues with some of the characters that like clearly they had to edit out some of the names and designs. Toy Story 4, a huge improvement over Toy Story 3. I can say that much for sure. Yeah, it was solid, and it kind of gets into it's similar to Cars 3 in that sense of like, what is it all about? What is our purpose? That kind of stuff. Decent enough. Swimming back. Here's Midsummer. Midsummer was the second movie we put on this list just to give people a benchmark of what's good and what's bad. Midsummer, as you'll notice, is at the very, very bottom of this list, and it will stay at the very bottom of this list. There is no movie worse than Midsummer. Do not watch it ever if you can possibly avoid it. Even if someone offers you an absurd amount of money to watch this movie, do not watch this movie. It is bad and gross and unnecessary and so pretentious and the epitome of art for art's sake. I hate this movie. Cannot stress that enough. It is the worst movie I've ever seen, objectively, by a wide margin. I actually went onto Letterboxd and upped all of my other half-star reviews to 1 star, so that this would be the only half-star review I have, to make it clear how much I dislike this movie. This should never be watched by anyone ever. When we saw this in theater, someone sitting in the row behind us stood up in the middle and said, "You have to be effed up to enjoy this," and he walked out, and I would say a good quarter of the theater walked out with him after that. I wish I had. This is the closest I've come to walking out of a movie. I've sat through so many boring, nonsense, generic action movies that people were falling asleep in. And I've stayed because I was like, well, I've paid and I'm just going to sit through this thing. Midsummer was the closest I've come to walking out. It's bad. Don't watch it. Just do yourself a favor. And apparently there's like a 4-hour director's cut of this too out there somewhere that I can't imagine there's any more of this. It makes me angry. Anyway, Spider-Man: Far From Home is an alright movie. Mysterio is one of my favorite Spider-Man villains. I wish they had done more visually with his powers. I wish this movie was supposed to serve as kind of a coda to Avengers Endgame, into the whole first, whatever you want to call it, first part of the Marvel Universe. And I don't think did a very good job of that. It's weird to say that a Spider-Man movie focused too much on Spider-Man, but when it's advertised as kind of like a tribute to the legacy of the what came before it, and how it was going to focus more on the impact that like the effects of Avengers Endgame had on the whole world, it really fell flat in that aspect. I think The Falcon and the Winter Soldier on Disney Plus right now is doing a much better job of addressing the fallout of Avengers Endgame than this movie did. That being said, Tom Holland's Spider-Man is great. The humor and the heart and the action is all still there. I just think this is on the weaker end of Marvel for me, and I think the more I think about it, the less I actually like it. Crawl is a movie about an alligator in someone's basement. The alligator tries to attack them while their house floods from a hurricane. This movie knows what it is. This movie does not try to be anything else. This movie gets my respect. Yes. Fast and Furious Hobbs and Shaw is actually really funny. It's just two guys yelling at each other the whole time and just insulting each other, and it's funny. It's got action. It's much better than the one Fast and Furious movie I've seen. Probably not for everybody. It's listen, I'm not gonna say that it's some kind of Oscar winner. It deserves any sort of awards, but it's a fun time at the movies, and again, it knows what it's trying to be, and it does not deviate from that at all. I'd like to see more of these, just these two characters, Hobbs and Shaw, just kind of bickering it out. More than I want to see any sort of Fast and Furious, whatever number they're on, 9, I think. Ready or Not was something I wanted to like a lot more than I did. I still liked it. Yeah. Don't have too much to say about it. It's kind of funny, kind of dark, kind of gory. It Chapter 2. Having not seen It Chapter 1. Okay, so not seen It, the first It, but I've seen the It TV miniseries, so I know how It 1 goes. So it wasn't like I didn't like It 2 because I didn't get it. I definitely got it. Just It 2 isn't very good. 2.5 hour long horror movies are not a good idea. This movie felt so long and yet so rushed at the same time because every character had their own side quest. And I think there's like 7 of them. 7 side quests in a row. Like that's the whole, like that's most of this movie. It just didn't work, and I don't know. Kind of scary-ish. Give it that. I haven't seen the first It, but I've heard it's a lot better. Maybe one day, probably no day, I will give it a look, but that day will not be today. Uncut Gems is surprisingly good. Adam Sandler deserves a lot more respect than we give him. He's just a guy who enjoys making movies, and it's clear that he can make very good movies when he chooses to. He just more often than not chooses to do stuff that is fun, because when he does stuff that is fun, he makes money from it. He did promise that if Uncut Gems didn't win any Oscars, he would make a movie that is so bad it would just like ruin cinema. And I'm excited to see where he goes with that. Ford versus Ferrari is pretty solid. I'm not a big car guy. I'm not a big car racing guy. This movie's probably a little too long in the setup. I think the actual race sequence um, is really good. I think everything after that or everything including and after that works well. I just think it was kind of unnecessarily extended. The movie Joker. Joker is a guy who lives in a society and he's fed up with the society. So he decides to do something about it. Um, there's no denying that Joaquin Phoenix put on a really great performance as the Joker. I think he's probably still like my third favorite of the live action Jokers. Um, but he did great. He certainly deserves the awards he got. I just think that this everything around that is doesn't work. I think this movie tries to tackle a little bit too much, and it is not properly equipped to do so. And I think the way this movie was advertised and executed, and it's not for me. And I think it requires you to have I think it kind of assumes that you have a pretty negative worldview going into it, which maybe I don't share. Yeah, it's Joker. Joker is not very good, to say the least. We'll put it above some of these. We'll put it above God Awful Toy Story 3, that's for sure. Um, Knives Out. I know it's getting a lot of love lately. I think this movie is a little overrated. It's still very enjoyable. A decent enough murder mystery. I don't want to hang on. I don't want to sound like a big shot, but I did figure out how this movie was going to end pretty early on. My small monkey brain was able of putting two and two together. And so maybe that just kind of ruined, because the mystery wasn't all that big for me going forward. I was kind of just like on the rest of it. It was decent. People are calling it one of their favorite movies of all time. Maybe just because people haven't seen a lot of murder mysteries or just haven't seen a lot of movies. Period. A lot of colorful characters. I think they all did great. I just think this wasn't as mind blowing or particularly as funny as people give it credit for being. Jojo Rabbit, on the other hand, I think is really incredible. Full disclosure, and also fully understanding that this is definitely not everyone's cup of tea. I will leave it at that and just say that I really enjoy it, and it definitely belongs up here among my favorites. I will go out and say, if you don't think that Jojo Rabbit is for you, probably don't watch it. Gemini Man, again, like I said, I've sat through some really bad movies and not felt an urge to walk out of them. And that will, like, the fact that I've sat through the entirety of Gemini Man and not once did I consider leaving just goes to show how bad Midsummer is. Gemini, not to knock on Gemini Man, it's serviceable. It's certainly a movie. It's a coherent movie. It makes sense. It exists. It is shot on film. Like it looks like a movie. There were cameras and actors involved, and hair and makeup and costumes and lighting and editing and sound, and all those pieces certainly exist and they certainly function. whatever other parts to a movie there are. They had it. Just wasn't well put together. Yeah. Zombieland 2, as someone who's not seen Zombieland 1, this movie was pretty funny. Maybe some of the inside jokes would have made more sense had I seen Zombieland 1, but I've never cared enough to go back and watch it. We saw this movie because there wasn't really much else out at the time, and we were just looking to go to the movies. So we saw this. Can't say it left much of an impact on me. The Addams Family animated remake was kind of alright. I think I didn't really love the character designs, the animation style they chose for this, so no matter what the story was, I wasn't really gonna love the rest of it. Yeah. This is getting a sequel somehow. Klaus. If you've not seen Klaus, and I don't think many people have, because if they had, this would be a Christmas classic. I guess the most realistic take on Santa Claus. Animation is gorgeous. The story is funny and heartfelt and all the good things you want in a Christmas movie. Can't recommend it enough. Maybe not now because it is March, April. Maybe not in April, but next time Christmas season comes around, add this to the top of your list to watch, especially because it's new and fresh, and you don't get a lot of modern Christmas classics. I think the most modern Christmas classic is Elf, and that came out almost 20 years ago. Yeah, so this is a breath of fresh air from all those reruns. Frozen 2, like I said about Frozen 1, sometimes a movie just isn't made for you, and that's fine. Just doesn't mean I have to like it. So Frozen 2, it's a well-made movie. It's just not for me. And I kind of want to put it maybe if not right up against the other Frozen, near-ish it. I guess we're back to Roman numerals for numbering our movies. Yeah, The Gentleman was all right. That's all I have to say about that. 1917 was incredible. I think it's about time we got the one-take war movie. I think this is probably the most impressive one-take movie I've seen, because I think the other one-take movies I've seen have all kind of been dramas. I can think of the first that come to my mind are Birdman and Rope. But to shoot an action movie in one take is really impressive. And there's a couple of moments where you can see where the edits were spliced in, but it doesn't diminish how impressive the whole thing is overall. And on top of that, it's one of those says a lot with very little dialogue kind of movies, or does a lot without very little dialogue movies. Definitely worth a watch if you haven't gotten to it yet. It won a ton of awards, I'm pretty sure. Jumanji, welcome to... this is Jumanji, The Next Level. Step down from the other Jumanji, however, Danny DeVito is involved in this movie in a minor capacity, but that is very significant. Yeah, I like this movie. Um, I think this franchise is probably gonna end. It's probably gonna run out of steam pretty soon. Did I spell Jumanji wrong the first time? I did spell Jumanji wrong the first time. Boop. Um, we will wedge these we'll wedge these movies in between the Jumanjis. Little Women. I know there are tons of iterations of Little Women. Um, this is the only one I've seen. I rather enjoyed it. Cats. Greg, if you're still there, it's time to talk about Cats. Um, Cats is a god tier film. uh, this movie, everything about it is so awful, yet you can't look away. Um, when we went to see this movie, Greg, you were there when we saw this movie. It was me, Greg, and our one other friend, and I think two other people, and that was the whole theater. So we had free reign to make fun of this movie the entire time we were watching it. And that is the only way you can watch this movie. If you're with friends making fun of it, if you've had a few drinks, that's even better. I've watched it since then after having a few drinks, and it was a good time. Um, it's a fascinating disaster to watch. It is the music is weird. The cat designs are terrifying. The acting is uncomfortable. There's close up of cats' faces where you see snot coming out of their nose. It is just an absolute masterpiece of misery. Um, just words cannot do it justice. Uh, round up some of your friends, grab a few drinks, and watch Cats, and just feel free to unleash upon it. Just heckle it the whole time. And it's as someone who rates movies purely on how much of a good time I had while watching them, and less so on their artistic merit, I had a really good time watching Cats. Um, an embarrassing truth is I think I've watched Cats like 4 times, um, twice in theaters, twice at home, um, and every time it's just an absolutely baffling experience. In terms of where it belongs, it's gonna go surprisingly close to the top, because I do be enjoying watching Cats. Um, Cats has a chance to crack the top 100. We'll see. Actually, we're gonna give it more of a fighting chance. There it goes. Um, Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker. Those 4 stars are me being biased towards Star Wars and giving it more credit than it probably deserves. This movie's a mess. Clearly, recovery after The Last Jedi. Um, it is a return to more traditional Star Wars, but I don't really think there's much else going on for it. Birds of Prey, I didn't really enjoy. I think maybe it's the lack of comic book vibes coming from it. Uh, I think there are some decent elements in here. I just think they went for it. It feels kind of like 2000s X-Men. Like, let's not fully embrace comic book characters and costumes and backstories, and let's make something a little more grounded. And I think we've moved past that for superhero movies. Sonic. The Sonic movie is decent. I didn't play Sonic as a kid, really. I didn't have a Sega console. Um, I had an original Xbox. I had a 360. Um, so maybe I'm not as in deep in Sonic's lore as some people are. But I thought this movie was pretty entertaining. I give them lots of credit for redesigning Sonic and pushing back the movie so they could get that all done. Um, yeah, maybe they were bullied into it a bit by fans, but I think that shows a commitment to pleasing your audience that I have to respect. Um, and they redesigned Sonic, but they didn't change. I don't think they changed any of the story surrounding it. So I think that means the story was always solid to begin with. Um, Happy this is getting the franchise treatment and getting a sequel next year. And I think it kind of embraces the Sonic memes. I think he says "gotta go fast" twice. I think there's a Sonic reference in this. Um, yeah, it's all around solid. Um, I can't say there's too much wrong with it. Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the Hedge, David Hasselhoff. Okay, we're going to the last page of Letterboxd. These are the last 2 and change rows of movies. We are coming up on every movie I've ever seen. Some of these are fresh, so these opinions will be hot and spicy takes. Nari is really good. Made me want to move to Arkansas and become a farmer. An incredible and inspiring family drama about just the American spirit and perseverance and looking hardship in the eye and overcoming it. Also, the kid in this movie is absolutely adorable. It's got good humor in some bits, but mostly a straightforward family drama, and that's usually not something I gravitate towards too. But I really like this one. It'll slide in maybe around here. Palm Springs, a little overrated. Probably thought of it too highly at the time. The closest to Groundhog Day a Groundhog Day knockoff has gotten, just because it is like a rom-com kind of movie. Palm Springs is fine. It came out at a time where a lot of content was canceled because of the germs going around. So I think I was just happy to see a new movie, period. So I think Palm Springs probably got blown a little bit out of proportion. Gretel and Hansel. It's no thank you. I don't like horror movies. This is a horror-ish movie. Gritty fairy tale retelling. Unnecessary. Onward. So much scrolling to get back to the top here. Onward is really good. I wish more people had seen this because it came out like as things were shutting down. So I think it just kind of got swept under the rug. Onward is a really good, not only father-son story, but brother story. I don't want to spoil the ending to this movie because I think it packs a serious punch. I think the relationship between the two brothers and between the two brothers and their father is incredibly well done. I think this is this is I feel bad because I can't tell you if this. I think this is Pixar, and not just straight Disney. This is easily among Pixar's best, and among some of my all-time favorites. I think it's gonna barely slide into the top 50 here. The Invisible Man was solid. Yeah, there's not a whole lot that I can really say about it here. It's just fine. The Mulan remake wasn't very good. I got away not having to pay for it. Watched it with a friend who had already paid for it. But it's just kind of underwhelming. Didn't really have the charm that the original did. The Hunt was controversial from all different angles. Ended up being, I think, honestly, pretty tame. I guess took shots at both sides of the aisle. I don't think did anything super controversial though. Uh, but I kind of enjoyed it. It was pretty funny. The History of the Seattle Mariners is a 4-hour documentary told entirely in like PowerPoint graphs, and it is really good. Um, it's just interesting and different way to tell a story. The fact that it's about baseball makes it even better. The Seattle Mariners, if you didn't know, have had a really odd history and a lot of weird things happen to them. And if you dive as deep into the numbers as these guys did, a lot of even more weird things have happened. Listen, baseball lends itself to movies and storytelling like this really well, more so than any other sport, I think. I think just because of its pacing and the way it's watched and how fan bases work. The only thing about the history of the Seattle Mariners is that this should have been about the Mets. I as a Mets fan, they have had a much stranger history and much stranger things have happened to the Mets and the Seattle Mariners. I would like to see them take a shot at this kind of storytelling, but with the Mets, and see what they could come up with, because I'm sure there's a lot of interesting stuff there. And I think this documentary makes a good point. Like towards the end, it goes, and then it basically admits like there isn't really an ending to this story. Like the Mariners, for those who watch baseball, have kind of just faded into irrelevance. And that's kind of how this documentary ends. It just kind of fizzles out. There's no grand them winning the World Series at the end. There's no, there's no satisfying conclusion. It's just this weird things happen to this team, and they, people want them to win, and their fans deserve to win, and then hasn't happened yet. Maybe one day it will. But like I said, if you've seen this and you think the Seattle Mariners have lived through some crazy times, literally go watch the Mets game from yesterday. Props for... I don't know if this was made during COVID, but it feels like something that was made entirely in lockdown. It made very well if it was. King of Staten Island was alright. I've seen better, I've seen funnier, I've seen more heartfelt, I've seen more interesting. It was fine. I think kind of a little too long for a comedy. Whatever. Tenet bad film. The biggest thing is the sound, mixing. Dialogue didn't make sense. Couldn't hear anything. The movie isn't confusing because it's smart and too sophisticated for us monkey brains to understand. The movie is confusing because we can't hear anything anybody is saying. I was so excited to go like back into theaters for the first time in months and see this movie, and boy was I disappointed. It's just not great. I think a big part of it is because you can't understand what's going on. You just can't hear anybody talking. And like I said, it's a Christopher Nolan movie. These movies aren't confusing because they're mind blowing. They're confusing because they're poorly written. Yeah. The New Mutants is actually pretty solid. This movie was stuck in development and post production for years and kept getting pushed back. And it's weird how this was back in 2018, 2019. This was the one movie that wouldn't come out, and then all of a sudden during the pandemic, it was the only movie that came out. It feels a little like that the early days of X-Men, like those early 2000s, kind of were shying away from proper comic book characters and costumes. But it feels like it would have done well back then. I don't know. I liked it decent enough. The characters were all... I'm not super familiar with any of these characters from the comics, so it was cool to see a new batch. Yeah, I'll go here. Bill and Ted 3 I really liked. I think I was lukewarm on the first two. I think this one was... I think Bill and Ted Face the Music is an incredible title for a movie. Just flat out, regardless of what the movie is actually about. Yeah, this was really charming. It's clear that this was a movie that like they wouldn't have made this movie unless the people involved really cared to make it. I think that shows. Second to last row, another round. I think it's a Dutch film, I want to say. And the premise is that a group of school teachers, they decide that maybe they can optimize their professional and social performance by maintaining a blood alcohol content of like 0.05, I think is the number they go with. And it kind of works, and then they start upping that number, and then things get kind of dangerous, and so on and so forth. It escalates out of control. I thought I would really like this movie. I kind of didn't. I was bored and a little just... I think it was poorly handled, like these four men and their relationship to alcohol. I don't think they really fully understand or embrace the consequences of their actions, even though some pretty serious stuff happens. Yeah, I just didn't sit well. Shadow in the Cloud has all the feel of like a B monster movie. I think it's pretty. It's one of those, knows what it is, does it well, doesn't try to be anything else. It's kind of ridiculous in some parts, but I don't think anyone signed up for this movie for its realism. Just kind of a tight. I want to say it's another like 90 to 100 minute. Goes by quick, and when it's over, you're like, oh, I'm kind of glad I watched that. That was something that happened to me. The Kid Detective was really good. As I said earlier, I figured out Knives Out pretty early on. The Kid Detective, I did not see the final answer coming. Far better than any murder mystery I've seen in a long time. And also, I think a pretty good dark comedy on top of that. recently came available to rent on Amazon. Would recommend giving it a look if you can. Hubie Halloween is kind of funny. Like I said, Adam Sandler deserves more credit. He's just a guy having fun, making some fun movies with his buddies. That being said, it was kind of funny. Not much else to it, really. Adam Sandler does a funny voice, does some silly things. It's not poetry, but it's something. Freaky is a really good body swap movie. I thought it was really funny. I think Vince Vaughn put in an incredible performance as a high school girl in a grown man serial killer's body. This was a really good watch. Definitely falls into that kind of category of like movies that could be Halloween associated but aren't horror movies. So I wouldn't mind watching them around Halloween. So when people recommend, oh, let's watch a Halloween movie, I don't have to recommend something actually scary. It's a pretty specific niche, but I know exactly what I mean. Um, I think go here. Fat Man, I kind of wish I liked more. It's about a kid who hires a hitman to kill Santa Claus, and there's endless possibilities for where that could go. I just don't think it did anything particularly clever with it. I think almost if it was a more traditional Christmas movie, it could have worked if it was a little more like silly and magical instead of gritty and serious. They could have done some more interesting stuff. Soul, if you have Disney Plus and you haven't seen this movie already, go watch it immediately. It's really great. Like I said earlier, it's a better version of Inside Out. Didn't think Disney was ever gonna make a movie about what if we died, but they did, and it is really, really good. Borat 2. Like I said earlier, I don't know if I get Borat. Like, I get it. I get what's supposed to be funny about it. I just don't think it's all that funny. It's crazy what this guy's doing, and the fact that these are life-threatening situations that he's putting himself in. It's absurd. It's just, I don't know. For some reason, I don't quite get it. I will put this one. I can't tell if I want to put it above or below. I think I'm going to put it below the first one. The Lego Star Wars Holiday Special. Yes, I watched this. It was free on Disney Plus, and I had nothing to do for 40 minutes. So I watched it. It's better than The Rise of Skywalker, just from a coherency and storytelling standpoint. And I think it's fair to put it right there. Kind of has, weird to say it has an Avengers Endgame feel, but it's like time traveling, kind of visiting all the Star Wars movies past and whatever. It was kind of fun. Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. I think Chadwick Boseman got nominated for some awards for his performance in this movie. Um, all around pretty solid stuff. I can't say it left too much of a lasting impression on me. Um, I think it's adapted from a play originally, and you can definitely tell just because of the way it's shot and the way that the character's monologue. Um, Wonder Woman 1984, I think I liked better than most people did, and it makes me sad. This is very clearly a throwback to the original Superman movies and those very old school, cheesy superhero movies um, from the 70s and 80s. And I think for the most part it works. Yeah, there are some questionable things about it. The fact that Wonder Woman can turn things invisible with her hands, which is not something she's ever been able to do. Um, yeah, but whatever. Like Superman, in the original Superman, he flies around the Earth so fast that he reverses time. So pulling new powers out of nowhere is not something totally unheard of, and it's something that people have enjoyed in movies. So don't know why we need to make an exception here. Yeah, I think Gal Gadot is she's fine. She's back and she's been doing this Wonder Woman thing for a couple of years now, and she clearly is comfortable in it. Having her and Steve Trevor back together is great. I think the standout is Pedro Pascal's villain in this movie. He's a joy to watch, and it's clear he's just hamming it up the whole time and having a blast while doing it. I mean, I think the leads in this movie are aware that this is kind of a throwback movie that's not meant to be taken too seriously, and I think their handling of it is really good. I think probably the weakest part of this movie is Kristen Wiig as Cheetah. Character didn't need to be here. There's a very complete story without her. And I think part of the reason this movie is 2.5 hours is because they felt the need to throw her in there. I guess to be a physical threat to Wonder Woman, because I think Pedro Pascal is not like him and Wonder Woman have a one-on-one fist fight. She'd absolutely crush him. So I think they needed to give her someone to throw hands with. So they threw Cheetah in there, but they didn't want to do Cheetah without giving her a proper backstory and development. And I think that just became too much. And I think the performance and the visuals on it weren't that great. So she's definitely the weak point, but I think everything else is solid. I don't know why people wouldn't, just enjoy it. I can see why people don't think it's a masterpiece, but it's a good watch. Yeah, WandaVision I know is a TV series, but it's on Letterboxd, so it's in here. I was underwhelmed by WandaVision. I guess this is probably the lowest Marvel thing that's going to go on this list. I guess I just expected more. I was definitely in that camp that was like, oh, well, here's all of the cool fan theories they could do that would be a million times better, and none of them played out. So I think I was just underwhelmed because I think there was more potential that they didn't capitalize on. The final three. Raya and the Last Dragon, I guess I saw a month and change ago in theaters, and it was really, really good. I'm glad that we are starting to get back to people going to the movies and movies being released in theaters, and yeah, this was really good. Again, a little heavy-handed with its messages and a little too obvious. I think it was subtle for a minute, and then I felt the need to bash us over the head. I think it is a really good message about working together, and even though you're maybe different from someone else, that doesn't mean you can't work together for a common goal and for the common good. I think they were subtle about it when she was first putting together her little team, and like you kind of realize, like you realize as she's doing it, oh, it's like one person from each of the the different nations, and then they like deliberately tell you, and you're like, yeah, I knew you didn't have to say this out loud. But I think on the whole, it's really good, and I forget the name of the dragon, but I think she is the closest we've gotten to, like, she's clearly doing her best attempt at being like a Robin Williams genie kind of character. Um, and I think if that wasn't so obvious, it would be really good. Um, it's definitely the closest we've come to having that kind of sidekick in a Disney movie since Aladdin. But yeah, I think overall really enjoyable. I think it is on Disney Plus. I think it's not behind a paywall on Disney Plus, so definitely go check it out if you can. It's gonna go. Yeah. Zack Snyder's Justice League is 4 hours long, and never before has so much time gone by and so little happened in that time. Um, I watched this and I was like, what even happened? Um, I guess first things first, I should say that I am glad this exists. I am glad that Zack Snyder got to make his version of Justice League. Um, it's just, listen, it is better than what was released in theaters. It's just not totally different. Like, A to B, the plot is the same. Um, there's just a lot more filler, and yeah, sure, a lot of it is better, but a lot of it is also totally unnecessary. It's clear that, like, they just wanted to throw whatever footage they had out there. They were like, oh, like, make this whatever you want. Doesn't matter how long it is. Doesn't matter who's in it, who's not in it. Doesn't matter what subplots you add, what subplots you cut out. Like, just throw whatever you got out there. And like, yeah, it's so weird because usually with a movie this long, like, I expect to either really really like it, like with like Lord of the Rings movies, or with something like Wolf of Wall Street, or I expect to really really hate it, like with Titanic. Like that, when you invest this much time in something, you expect to have a strong opinion on it. And at the end of 4 hours, I watched it 4 hours in one sitting. At the end of 4 hours, I was so indifferent, and I was almost confused as to why I was so indifferent. Um, I don't know. It's fine, and it's weird to say that something that I spent 4 hours watching is just fine. Like, I wouldn't say it was a waste of time, but I wouldn't say I would ever watch this thing in its entirety again. Um, I think at the end of the day, there probably was a 3 hour-ish cut of Justice League. That's a combination of this and the theatrical release. That is pretty good, and would have made it worth continuing these movies and sequels. But I think the theatrical cut is just like clearly like a hack job. Put something different together so they could throw it out the door and make a safe amount of money. And this is clearly an overindulgent, a director getting to do whatever he wants without really considering the limitations of releasing a movie in theaters, or the limitations of what a studio wants. So I think there is a happy middle ground that could have been reached. Neither this nor the theatrical cut are an absolute masterpiece, but the Zack Snyder version of Justice League is definitively better. By no means flawless. There's plenty of things that don't make sense, and plenty of things that were clearly lingering plot threads for a future sequel that it doesn't seem like is ever going to happen. If you have 4 hours and you want to see something, just what I would recommend doing is read up on what happened with Justice League. Read up on the whole behind the scenes drama and everything that happened, and then watch this movie, because I think there's no reason to watch this without really knowing why it exists. So yeah, get a little learnt, and then watch Zack Snyder's Justice League. And I think that just watching it as kind of a piece of I don't want to say history because I don't think it's quite that significant, but as a piece of something, just as more as like a almost like a documentary or as like a culmination of that story. Um, I hope it's a culmination. I hope this is the end of this story, but we'll see where it goes. Um, but ultimately, like I said, this 4-hour movie is fine. And here we go. The very last movie on this list, the most recent and final movie I have ever seen in my life, is Godzilla versus Kong. Yeah, this movie was alright. It's weird to end on such an anticlimactic note. Um, I enjoyed Godzilla versus Kong. I think the titular fight was really cool. I think the addition of Mecha Godzilla was pretty cool. Um, could have done with even less humans still, even though this does less humans than King of the Monsters does. Um, um, it's out in theaters now, so go give it a watch. Listen, definitely meant to be watched on the biggest and loudest screen possible. Um, if you plan on watching it on HBO Max at home, try and watch it on the biggest screen you possibly have. I would not recommend watching it on a phone or a laptop. It's clearly not meant for that. I'm a big fan of preserving the movie-going experience. I think streaming is incredibly convenient and lets a lot of people see a lot more movies than they normally would watch. But I think a lot of these are intended to be watched on a big screen to enjoy them to their fullest extent. And Godzilla vs. Kong is a prime example of that. And I think it's doing pretty well money-wise, so I think this is a sign that people are going to hop back into the theater sometime soon. So let's put this on the list and wrap this all up in a nice bow. So that's it. I have ranked every movie I've ever seen. I guess this started at 7:30. It's 4 hours plus like 3 and change last time, so it's probably close to 7.5 hours of me talking. Was that a waste of time? Maybe. Anyway, let's see if there's anybody still watching. I have my sincerest doubts. But, yeah. Well, nobody's been on for a while. Well, I certainly enjoyed that. If you're watching this, I guess the recorded version of it, thanks for tuning in this far. If I ever find something to ramble about for 7 hours again, I'll be sure to live stream it. But as of right now, this is the end of my YouTube career. I'm going to go out on top. Thank you to all my loyal subscribers. Thank you again to today's sponsor, the Skeletons, I think is what it was. Thank you to all these movies I have ever seen. There are too many of you, and I hope to never watch another movie ever again. As a reminder, the worst movie of all time is Midsummer. There it is, at the very bottom. Garbage. The best movie of all time is Lego Batman. I guess we can go through the top 10 real quick. 10, Singing in the Rain. 9, Ghostbusters. 8, Captain America Civil War. 7, Star Wars Episode 7. That worked out. 6 is Mission Impossible 6. Did I plan that? Nope. 5 is Jurassic Park. 4 is Avengers Infinity War. 3 is Avengers Endgame. Sorry. Shift all those numbers up. 2 is Avengers Endgame. 1 is the Lego Batman movie. The numbers in Excel are one lower than the actual number because there's a column header for the list. Anyway, yeah, I enjoy watching movies, I would say. Whew, that was exhausting. I think I'm going to be done speaking for now. So again, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for not tuning in. This is Gamer Boy McGamerface signing off.